right. Good morning, hello, and welcome to more No Man's Sky. I hope you're having a great morning, day, or evening wherever you are. As you might be able to see, I have built a couple of scenes because I'm now using OBS instead of the built-in PlayStation stream thingy. I hope everything works well. I will have to check things after the stream, you know, if it's to my liking. I fiddled around a little bit with audio levels yesterday, so hopefully everything will be all right. It is somewhat annoying how you get the PS5 to actually output audio if you yourself are using headphones. So, which is why you probably saw there a second ago that I had to go through some additional things. I have to make sure that audio levels for the game are all right. They do look okay. The problem is that No Man's Sky doesn't really offer a whole lot of adjustments on that side, sadly. Mainly because, well, apparently they've never actually gone through the options menu in the last 6 years and actually changed anything meaningful. So that's a little bit of a bummer, but aside from that, I think we should be good. You know, No Man's Sky's sound is not super important overall, I think. So, yeah, we'll see how it works out, and we see how everything works out here. Let's get into the game, shall we? I'm not entirely sure what exactly I'll be doing. Because, well, I'm on my freighter now. So last time I arrived in this system, I'm pretty sure, and I did look at the first planet, which I think was mainly because the story led me there, right? Cool. Which means now I'll be looking at... I should probably look at that data, right? Let's look at that data, let's look at what it recovered for us, and afterwards we can always come back to the system. I mean, the freighter's parked here, right? So we can come back here and then check out what the other planets have to offer. Also, let's take a look at the fleet. Fleet command online. Let's see what we got. So I think, what did I do last time? Industrial, right? Because I want to have the salvaged frigate modules. That would be a cool thing. There we go. I got one, I think. I saw that correctly. Okay. That is, I don't like that. I don't like that for some reason you have to do the industrial missions. It feels like you should be able to get those frigate modules from any freighter mission, because the game itself doesn't tell you that, right? I mean, I guess there is a very, very slight chance that you could figure that out yourself. But I would say in general, that's not necessarily something you would know. I don't know, maybe but I looked it up in the wiki, right? And the wiki specifically mentioned, yeah, you need to do industrial expeditions in order to get the salvaged frigate modules. So I guess that's correct, but yeah, it's dumb. That's really, really dumb, because especially in the beginning, I think most players would not necessarily specifically choose the industrial things, right? I would either, at least I myself, would have gone either more with, well, maybe with balanced missions. Maybe industrial from time to time, but I think it would take a very, very long time if you didn't look it up to figure out yourself that the salvage frigate modules come from. And it even says, right, salvage during frigate expeditions. But apparently it's only from industrial ones that, I don't know. I don't like that. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Let's see. Let's do another one then. View potential expeditions. Balance, combat, industrial. There is a very long industrial one. Let's do that. Let's put the... Wait, did it level up? Can they level... Oh, I didn't realize. Well, that's cool then. Yeah, let's take this one. Let's take this one. And maybe the exploration one or the trade... we already have a trade one. Yeah, let's put this. I don't have the 800... Wait, what? Really? I thought I still had enough. What is this? This is 600... Oh, I'm missing 50. Well, that's unfortunate. All right. Assign ship. Assign ship. Which ones? These two. This one. I mean, the order in which you assign them probably doesn't really matter, but let's go. And then I can just sell the rest that I just got, right? The rest of the stuff here. Let's see, sell freighter, granite, uranium. I don't think I would actually be able to do anything with the one salvage frigate module, but we'll see about that. The copper, I guess I'm going to be moving to my... Oh, that's activated copper. Huh. Okay, well, let's put that here then. Copper is found on planets orbiting yellow stars, can be placed in a refiner to create purified chromatic metal. Highly valuable. But it says total value 16.5. What exactly is the point? I mean, I guess I've definitely seen recipes that needed activated materials. I think at some point I had that where I had to use some activated stuff. But in general, it feels like the activated stuff is more or less so that you can do some refiner shenanigans, which is somewhat of a... Well, it's just not very intuitive, I think, the way these activated things work. I don't know, something about that is definitely a little bit strange, I would say. Okay, base parts and upgrades. I could get the fuel oxidizer. Let's see, a temporary frigate upgrade. Oh yeah, that's that stuff. Yeah, I don't want that. Modulates signals with interplanetary transport of matter as well. Freighters fitted with such a device can send and receive products and substances to a user's exosuit over a long distance. So, as far as I understand this thing, this would allow me to just send and receive things from my freighter or to my freighter even while I'm on a planet, correct? And the thing that I definitely want to have would be this. So that the freighter can follow me into red stellar systems. Which means I need 8 salvage frigate modules, and I have 1. Great. That's not going to take long at all. Well, to be fair, the frigate mission that I did was, I think, a pretty small one, so maybe the industrial mission that I'm on now will provide more than 1, hopefully. I mean, I guess you will get there eventually, but that's... seems like an odd limitation, or it just seems odd in general that these... Because the strangest part about this is that I've always wondered, these frigate missions, right? They... Oh, wait, I wanted to teleport to my base, didn't I? These frigate missions, they work on a real-time schedule, right? Which I'm completely fine with. It also reminds me I should probably, before I go back to my base, let's actually check if the mining outpost that I built last time worked properly, or if that has some issue where it, for some reason, disconnected all the electrical wiring again or something. But yeah, the fact that a lot of stuff in this game works real time, I don't necessarily mind that. I also think that it's kind of cool that it does, because it certainly sort of lends itself, where it makes it seem as if it is really truly a persistent universe, right? An MMO, if you will. Which it kind of is, when you really think about it, right? Funnily enough. It's probably more MMO than a couple of games that, you know, try to tell you they're MMOs. But, well, the electrical wiring is definitely connected, so... Oh, right. I have a base computer here, too. Crazy. Wow. Yeah, that's... Wow. So now I just have like 1,000 activated cadmium in my ship. Wow. Okay. Well, that means I'm never gonna run out of cadmium again. What is this? Second. Oh, right. That's for something that I'm not really using currently. Hey, I could have sold some other stuff. I didn't even realize. But yeah, in general, I think that it's actually pretty cool that No Man's Sky does work a little bit like an MMO, if you will. I do have to say, though, that at the same time... well, for most of the stuff that you can do and get within the game, it does allow you to acquire everything through farming, essentially, right? I think, at least. Except for the salvage frigate modules, right? So, I don't know, it's... I wish there would be a way to farm those as well. As always, I'm not saying that it should be easy, but it would be cool if there would be a way that where you could work on them specifically. Although I guess you can. Because supposedly they can also be found in crashed freighters. At least that's what it said on the wiki page. However, I have already found around about 5 or 6 crashed freighters in this playthrough, I think. And none of them ever had those. Now, that could be partly because I potentially just didn't find the... because I didn't have a freighter for a while. It might have been that a couple of them just weren't able to spawn those in, right? Because they can maybe they can only spawn once you have a freighter, once you can actually upgrade one. But I definitely found at least 3 crashed freighters since I also got a freighter. So I don't know, maybe they're just incredibly rare. don't really know what's going on there, but yeah, I don't know. It's definitely one of those things where I would say that well, it's a weird situation, right? Because you can't even really get that many upgrades for the freighter. So the fact that they are not that easy to get makes sense, right? If you consider that, it would be kind of boring to just be done with completely upgrading your freighter after a couple of hours already. So it does make sense that it takes a little bit longer to do that. Well, it's one of those weird things, right, where it's a little bit difficult to determine what would potentially be the best course of action. Okay. Anything else I need to refine or want to refine? I have a bunch of cadmium with me now. Probably want to keep that cadmium. Let's see. Just want to make sure that there isn't anything left in here. Okay, so all the activated cadmium that I have now, I guess I'm going to... wait, let's actually move this. Let's move a stack of 1,000 into my storage container. But yeah, if I need more cadmium at this point, I can just refine it, I think. There's no way to... or no reason to constantly keep... you know, a lot of cadmium on you, I think. I just need to, well... The weird thing with the activated stuff is that you definitely have to keep in mind that I still need normal cadmium to actually make more out of it, right? So the way it works is that normal cadmium with chromatic metal makes more cadmium, and the activated cadmium makes more chromatic metal. But obviously, if I accidentally were to spend all my normal cadmium, then I couldn't actually do that refiner reaction anymore. And I would have to go and find normal cadmium again. Now, in theory, that's not too difficult because the base that's currently mining the activated cadmium for me obviously is built on a planet that has normal cadmium on it, but yeah, I think it would be just a little bit annoying to accidentally spend it all. Oh well. It's just so funny. That is such a... Oh, I have more activate... Oh, no, never mind. I just put that in there. I'm an idiot. Considering how tedious this game felt from time to time in terms of collecting materials. Oh. Oh, that's another pilot. What the fuck are you doing? That's probably not the best landing spot, buddy. I guess he really doesn't mind. Aw, thought that... I'm still missing a couple species on this planet for some reason. Even though I'm here very frequently, or I guess the game just doesn't spawn in the rarer stuff or something. And where's the Gravitino balls? There we go. Let's grab the ferrite dust. Or, before I grab it... let's make the highest ferrite out of it. But yeah, for the longest time, you know, trying to get materials, trying to get everything ready, and always having to travel to other planets to get that stuff and whatnot, can be quite tedious. So it's really, really cool that this is just a passive thing now. I mean, again, I talked about this last time, but if you get that up and running in your playthrough, if you actually get it to a point where you have those mining outposts for every single potential material, that just seems crazy to me, honestly. The fact that you could potentially say, oh, you know, I need dioxide. All right, let me just quickly travel over to my mining outpost that mines that, and you just take it, and it's literally, I mean, and the crazy part is, right, that is what I built is the most basic setup you could do. So there is definitely a world where you could literally just build 5 or 10 or whatever storage facilities, right? And it would literally, what am I talking today? What the fuck? It would just mean that you could, you know, just grab as much as you wanted and have thousands and thousands of any kind of material just readily available for you whenever you log in. That is just crazy to me that that's a possibility now. Let me do one thing here real quick. I just wanted to... Let's do this. Hopefully this is better now. Yeah, whatever. I think it is, hopefully. Let's do this. Yeah, as I said, I will have to double check the recording and microphone and whatever have you. To make sure that it actually sounds great. It should sound pretty decent in theory. I mean, I did test a little bit yesterday evening, but there might be still some quirks or some situations where it peaks even though it shouldn't. The difficult thing there is, right, that if I monitor my audio, like the way my PC outputs it, it sounds perfectly fine, even when I turn it up, right? Even when I make it louder. But once you actually record, obviously it'll be encoded and it'll potentially have, especially with the settings of a typical Twitch stream, it'll just have, you know, really poor quality, or a lot poorer than what I could monitor on my device, right? And so it's just this weird situation of not really knowing how it ends up being in the end, especially if you do this for the first time. So I'll just keep a lookout for that. We'll have to go through the stream and make sure that everything works. Anyways, though, let's actually start doing what I wanted to do in the first place. Possible remote terminus backup available, as always. Does this actually give me anything? Or is this now also just I hope this is not just a dumb daily mission. It feels like it kind of... Because it didn't really give me anything, but the other... Well... Consult the galaxy map. Let's see if that's in a system that I've already visited. Where would it show that? Corrupt archive data. It seems to be here. And Oramus ML2 is the system that... Why does that not... Didn't I visit the space station in the new system that I was in last time? Pretty sure I did. But it doesn't seem to show me the space station of that system as a possible coordinate. Oh, no, I'm an idiot. Sorry. That's the name of my freighter. I completely forgot that I renamed it. Corrupt archive current system. Wait, so it doesn't actually show me what kind of system my freighter is parked in, though? Okay. Sure, whatever. let's do the archive first, though. I want to know this. I'm pretty sure that this is not a daily mission. That would be quite strange. But I'm also not entirely sure what the actual purpose of this is at this point, because it doesn't really. Maybe it's just a big. What do you have? I've never seen that funny. That funny. What he just had in his hand. Like this guy. I don't think I ever saw that with like a ship or something on it. Enemy Slayer. Teach me your language, Enemy Slayer. Yeah, sure. Holy, okay. Holy Mother of God. Mining Overseer. Let's just go through them real quick. Still not entirely sure how many words actually exist, because somewhere in the menu last time it actually showed something out of 100, but I think that's just for the rank or whatever that you can get. It wouldn't actually be for the or it doesn't actually show you how many words exist. Maybe it does somewhere, but I'm sure it's definitely more than 100 per species. At least I think so. Because otherwise I think I would probably understand them better by now. Not gonna lie though, this still feels pretty tedious, all things considered. Alright. Oh, the toil gag. For a second there I read toilet. Aggression, travel, mystery. The whole data recovery mission of your base computer is definitely strange. Because it starts out making a lot of sense, right? At first you get these mysterious messages of what I suppose is like you yourself, but in like a different universe or something, in the multiverse, right? And well, you get these mysterious messages and it sends you out, but it gives you data, right? It also gives you access to additional blueprints and whatever, and all those neat things. And then you kind of reach what feels like the end of those missions, because the base computer archive recovery missions also give you access, or they branch off of into these into the other side missions, right? The ones that that want you to hire the overseers and whatnot for your base. Okay, what planet was this? Barren planet. Nothing particularly interesting on it. But yeah, the missions branch off of essentially into the other tutorials as well. But after a while, there comes like a mission for the base archive that definitely feels like it's the last one, but then it just isn't. And the next ones, right, the ones that appear after it, are just these random, oh, go here, go there, right? It's just, it feels like fetch quests, but with like a, well, because you're kind of still used to what they were previously, so you assume that it'll have something more interesting going on eventually, right? So I'm just a little bit confused if something else will happen, or if this is all there is and it just sends you out on random missions now. Not entirely sure what the purpose of this would be, but we'll see, I guess. Okay, already scanned a bunch of things here. Doesn't seem like there's anything new going on. Yay, even more rusted metal. Well, at least you're never short of ferrite dust. Because you just find rusted metal everywhere. And compared to the nanites, the conversion rate for rusted metal into ferrite actually makes sense. Okay, let's see then. Anything I can access beyond that? The Atlas passes are another one of those weird things that have existed since the game launched and was actually something that, at least as far as I remember, was pretty difficult to acquire originally, though it also didn't actually give you anything of, you know, anything that was worth anything. I don't know. Don't think I ever knew anybody who had a V3 Atlas pass at the original game launch. I certainly didn't. But now they feel, first of all, you can acquire the recipe for them quite easily because you can straight up buy it for the salvage data. But at the same time, it also... How can I put this? It also sort of... If you go out to find them or to craft them specifically, then it's not difficult to get the V3 at all, right? You can just get it pretty much straight away, almost straight away. Which makes especially the V2 version kind of pointless. I don't know if there's really anything that I was able to get with the V2 version, to be perfectly honest. I'm trying to think of something, but I've definitely accessed something that required a V2 Atlas pass. I've definitely done that, but I'm really unsure if there ever was anything of worth behind it, because the V1, the version 1 of the Atlas Pass is somewhat helpful because those containers that are lying around everywhere, they require that, right? But that's also fairly easy to craft even at the beginning of the game, and so it's not really an issue at all. And then the V3 version is required for certain rooms in like space stations and whatnot, which I still don't know what's actually behind them, and somehow I suspect that it's not necessarily the most interesting stuff ever, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a strange situation. All right, let's take a look. Attempting to read memory. The first spawn fought valiantly, but there was no saving them. The nanites had found their place within, protruding outward through every pore, through every limb and every thought. And it was done. They departed with the family of glass, forever lost to this world, their story at an end. I ventured on. We were almost there. I searched the physical cache attached to the terminal. Whoever recorded this message also left a piece of technology. Oh, nice. Okay, life support module. Nice, nice, nice. So this does give you something. Let's see what solar panel power plus 3%. Cool. I think for some reason I still don't actually have solar panels, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe they... yeah, I'm not entirely sure how the whole solar panel situation works there. It's a pretty bad upgrade, all things considered. I guess I can just move the translator over here then. Put this here. Yeah, sure, that works. Cool. And I suppose the next one will be... Never mind. At least it says that it already recovered additional data. So, back to the space station and teleport back to my base then. Base computer archives partially restored. Yeah. Is that actually a new... Because now it says archives partially restored. I'm not entirely sure if at some point in the past it said it had another wording on it. Let's see. Well then, let's just teleport back to my base real quick and see what we get. Maybe the main point of these missions then purely is lore-based, because they do give you lore, right? I mean, they tell you the story about the other races, I suppose, and how they came to be, and I guess, quote-unquote, what their place in this universe is supposed to be. I do have to say, though, I'm still not the biggest fan of how this game tells their stories. It's not bad per se, but it's... Well, first of all, I had hoped that the way they introduced this, right? Like the... I mean, it does give you, I guess, the possibility to read through this stuff again, right? And potentially figure out more stuff and how it works and why these things exist and whatnot. Not the biggest fan of this menu overall. I think it's still quite difficult to actually make anything out of this unless you were to very meticulously go through these bits and pieces of information and try to come up with whatever happened to them and whatnot. In general, I definitely like the idea of how this game is trying to tell its story, giving you these somewhat convoluted pieces of information and, you know, finding more and more stuff through old computer archives on other worlds and planets. The idea is definitely there, and sometimes I also really like how it's written in this very confusing way, right? Where it's to a degree, some of these entries really do feel like they were just purely, because that's one of the big things that a lot of games actually mess up, right? When you look at how, even though Bethesda, for example, is rightfully so praised for their approach to environmental storytelling, sometimes it does still fall quite flat, I think. Mainly because, well, especially when you look at Fallout, for example, I could never really get immersed in that world. And a big part of that is because it's completely illogical, right? It doesn't make any logical sense how the Fallout universe or world works. Now, I haven't played the original Fallout, which I suspect probably had a lot more explanations and just in general ways that explained why the world looked like it does. In the Bethesda Fallouts, however, though, the state of the world, the way it works, all of it just doesn't make any sense. It straight up just doesn't make sense, right? And you also see that in a lot of its environmental storytelling, while there are bits and pieces that are really, really good, right? It's mostly if it doesn't actually conflict with the sort of logical state of the world, then it's completely fine, right? If it's purely sort of environmental storytelling of, oh, you know, I don't know, a child got lost, or there was a conflict between two different outposts or something, right? Those more quote-unquote generic things work quite well most of the time in Bethesda's environmental storytelling. Sadly, though, a lot of it also doesn't make sense, right? When you really think about it, when you actually look at the entire situation and think, well, how would this thing that they're trying to tell me here have actually looked like when it was current, right? If you could sort of teleport back in time to the point where whatever event they're trying to portray actually happened, if you try to think about it, you will quickly see that it just doesn't make any logical sense. It just doesn't, straight up doesn't work, right? And sadly, and that's not only Bethesda, a lot of other games do that as well. Even The Last of Us partially. But sadly, most games are pretty, like, really, really bad in terms of writing. Well, writing in games in general is pretty bad across the board, but specifically these bits and pieces of information, when you find notes, right? When you have your typical, oh, well, we want to tell the player something, but we're too lazy to actually implement an NPC or have voice acting or whatever, right? So we'll just leave a note there. I would say that across all video games, 98% or something of those notes just straight up don't make sense. No actual human being, or no being in general, even aliens, would ever write notes like that, right? So in a weird way, they're specifically written to make sense to the player instead of making sense within the environment they were supposedly created in, right? Which, to a degree, that is fine, right? Taking some creative liberty to change these notes into something that also makes sense to the player can be good if it really just is some flavor text and stuff like that, right? So it can be fine, but if all the notes in your game and all the information that you're ever giving the player is written in this completely illogical, non-immersive way, then we have a problem, right? And sadly, a lot of games do that, you know, looking to Ubisoft again. I mean, Ubisoft is sort of the prime example of what not to do with games, right? With most of the stuff that they do, sadly. But obviously, as I said, other games do that too. Just either to a lesser degree, or alternatively, they have so much interesting and really cool and well-written stuff going on that the couple bits and pieces that are not that great are kind of overlooked, right? I mean, if you were to, let's say we go to the original Last of Us, you know, I think most people agree that it's it's a really cool game. It's really well written. It has exceptional character moments. But even there, especially when you start thinking about the more political side of things, right? The way how the Fireflies operated, the way the quarantine zones worked, it's definitely clear to see that Naughty Dog did spend a bunch of time trying to make sense of all of it, right? And they definitely did to a large degree. They did a really, really cool job, especially when you look at how a world would look like if it were left alone for 20 plus years, which is a big thing that Bethesda sadly does not do. They have absolutely no fucking clue how a world would transform. Or they never spent resources actually looking into that. Either way, right? The end result is bad. Naughty Dog did that though, and with most of the notes that you find throughout the game, they do make sense. You can very clearly see that they do try to put a lot of effort into making these notes and bits and pieces of information that the player can find make sense within the world. And, well, I guess in a kind of intelligent way, the setting that The Last of Us provides also means that it's much easier to actually make these notes make sense, because obviously in that setting you don't have smartphones, you don't have phones and all that kind of stuff, right? So the fact that people would write stuff down does make sense to a degree, but even there, if you really were to go through all the notes that are available in The Last of Us and really think about, okay, would a human, an actual human, write a note like this in the situation that they've been in, then I would say at least in like half of the cases, it probably wouldn't turn out the way they made it, right? Which The Last of Us has so many really brilliant moments and things, and thankfully they also you know, they're not putting too much emphasis on these notes most of the time, so it doesn't really detract from the experience in any sort of way, right? Thankfully. But again, even they, who clearly do put a lot of effort into these things, have problems. And I'm not saying that it's easy, right? Writing a note in a way that it makes logical sense and is actually sort of a natural way of writing, or a natural way of how a human being would leave behind this information, while also making it understandable for a player that is accessing that piece of information potentially 10, 20, 200, in the case of Fallout, years after it was written, is not easy, right? I'm not saying that it's easy, but sadly, well, in the case of The Last of Us, the reason why I'm okay with the way with which or how they've done it is because very clearly when you look at how they're presenting that information, they have put some thought into it, right? They've actually thought about, well, you know, maybe this isn't entirely logical, or maybe this isn't entirely how a human being would behave, but we still want to have the player being able to access these pieces of information. Or sometimes the player even needs to access them in order to understand what has even happened in any sort of given scenario, right? So it's fine to alter them slightly, and very clearly they have done that, right? They've thought about, all right, how would stuff like this actually look like, and then they potentially altered it slightly to still make sense to the player, which in that scenario is fine. Where I have a problem with it is if you go into, again, Fallout, for example, where very clearly people have not thought about this issue at all, right? They've just written notes that you could literally copy-paste into any game, any scenario, anything at all, and it would still make equally as much sense or no sense as it would in a Fallout game. So it's not actually written as a piece of as a piece of information or paper, or whatever have you, right? That fits and makes sense within the universe. Sadly. Well, that was a big rant. All I'm trying to say here is that I do appreciate how they've done it here in No Man's Sky, where it does feel like these almost random pieces of information that a computer just gives you access to, right? It's literally you're seemingly accessing a random bit of memory of this computer archive, and it just gives out a random piece or a random string that it finds, right? You fairly often get the sense that that's actually happening in No Man's Sky, which in terms of immersion does work quite well. The problem is, I feel like this is sort of the other way around, right? This is almost the other extreme compared to Bethesda, for example, right? Where Bethesda wants to make their information as accessible as possible and completely sacrifices any sort of immersion. No Man's Sky does the exact opposite and makes the notes so convoluted and so, like, non-linear and everything that you lose complete interest in bits and pieces of the story because there is no way to actually put them together in any sort of readable format. Now, thankfully with the 4.0 update, they have actually added, as I said, right, they have actually added these catalog options. These didn't exist before, right? This that lets you, allows you to go through, I guess, the different pieces of information that you've encountered on your journey, but they're still not really, I don't know, they're still kind of weird, because until I saw this menu, I never knew anything about an ancient plague. Well, granted, I kinda did, because when I played the game originally, there was already also, information and speculation about what actually happened to the universe and what it's supposed to represent and all these neat things, right? So I have heard of it before, but it's not something that has ever come up in the game itself, right? So when the menu is suddenly providing information to you that you didn't know existed previously, that's not necessarily the best look at how the game actually gives out the information within the game world, right? Where it's supposed to give you this information and not in the menu. I don't know. All that is to say, I wish that No Man's Sky would tell you these kinds of stories in a way that actually makes it worthwhile to follow them, because yeah, it kind of doesn't really do that, right? And even if you follow these stories, like even if you know or kind of have a feeling for what might have happened or what this universe is supposed to represent or what you're supposed to represent, no matter which way you put it, it's never really connected to gameplay either. Which is not to say that No Man's Sky is bad gameplay, it's just that the story doesn't work together with the gameplay, right? Which, again, not an exclusive No Man's Sky problem. A lot of games have that problem, but, for example, this ancient plague, right? You do see these structures that seemingly have been overgrown with the slimy bits and pieces, right? That is certainly something that on some level exists within the game, and maybe the suggestion there is that that's supposed to be the ancient plague, or that's what became of it, or that's what became of the... I don't know, right? I don't know, because the game actually doesn't provide that information properly. But they are also not doing anything with it, right? So let's say, for example, maybe in a different game, or if you really wanted the player to maybe... See, maybe Subnautica would be a good example of that. Now, always keep in mind, right? I'm not necessarily criticizing No Man's Sky here, because there is so much in this game that is really, really cool that I don't mind that this is not that interesting, right? It's perfectly fine. I can just go build my bases, build my mining outposts, discover new planets, right? I don't care. But the problem is it exists within the game. It might as well just not exist. I wouldn't have cared, but it does, right? And so I'm just trying to think about, well, if it does exist, how can we make it better, right? That's not to say that what's there is bad. It's just to say that it still has a lot of potential to grow. So if we compare it to Subnautica, for example, in Subnautica, the fact that you have this biological plague in you, or this, at least this virus or something, right, does actually play a big part within the story and is the very reason for why there is a big cannon that shot your, spoilers by the way, that shot down your spaceship, right? So all of what happens in Subnautica, especially also when it comes to the like audio files and everything that you find from the other survivors that have ultimately also died and whatnot, right? Everything the game sort of revolves around with, in terms of the story, does have to do with that plague. Now, you don't actually investigate the specific virus or whatever it is too much, but it does provide, it's essentially a little bit like a MacGuffin, where it does provide the reason for why you do things, right? Even though the things you then do don't really have anything to do with it at all. It's just the reason for it, right? That's not the case in No Man's Sky, right? The reason for why you or why I do things here has absolutely nothing to do with its story. It wants to tell you that it has something to do with it, but that's not actually the case. Right? Then they're doing a very, very poor job of presenting it like that. So instead, what, for example, I would like this to have is, instead of you just recovering these archives, what if it would actually show you either through, I mean, it could be anything. It doesn't have to be cutscenes, right? It could be maybe cool sort of storyboard sequences, right? Just the little bits and pieces that are drawn could provide you with more information about what happened with the universe. Or alternatively, maybe you're the very person that needs to get rid of this mysterious illness or whatever, right? And so instead of just clicking on the base computer, maybe there's actually a sort of mini game that comes up where you have to analyze, I don't know, a protein molecule or something, right? And find out, like, attach a little bit of gameplay to it, right? Make it a mini game or something. Something that would allow you to sort of grab onto it better and actually make it a part of the game instead of just these somewhat boring fetch quests, right? I'm sorry. I think I hit my microphone there for a second. Yeah, I need to get used to that. Get used to the fact that I now have a microphone on me. So all that was a very elaborate way of saying I wish they would have just worked on these missions a little bit more. But just to make it clear again, it's I don't care that they're not that interesting, because the game provides you with so many actual interesting things, right? Wait, are you telling me it's in the exact same system again? Okay, that's strange. Yeah, also it doesn't really help that these missions very, very frequently actually just, like, they have a very, I guess, basic way of determining where their mission objectives lie. Which is obviously the biggest problem with a randomly generated universe like this, is that somehow you have to make sure that the mission objectives still make sense for every single player, no matter where you spawn in, right? So I get that that's not necessarily the easiest thing to do, but the kind of rules with which they determine where you have to go... Oh, for fuck's sake, that's not what I wanted to do. The rules that determine where you have to go for these missions really aren't that, you know, that elaborate, sadly. And I definitely saw that last time when I was upgrading, or when I was using all those navigational datas to upgrade my exosuit a bit, in terms of its... Oh, wait. Wait, where was it? Isn't it the same planet again? No, it's another planet. Alright, fine. Yeah, essentially I was just flying back and forth from a planet to a moon the entire time, right? And every time I used more navigational data to find another upgrade for my exosuit or another drop pod, it would just send me over to the other planet and constantly back and forth instead of randomly to a completely different planet within the same system, right? So it's not a big deal, but if they ever overhaul these missions, that's definitely something they need to look into to make it, you know, to make the whole way with which the missions determine, like, mission objectives and where they are and whatnot, make more sense. Wait, no. Did I read that wrong? This looks... I think this is the very thing where it just was, right? So either the mission has now bugged out, or... Yeah. This is where it just was, right? Well, let's see. I think this is also the first time that it actually allowed me to do another mission straight after. Like, usually it just... usually it takes a couple of hours to get the next piece of information, or whatever. Let's see. Something was very wrong. The Atlas interface had grown still, its orb cold and almost grey. The computers did not respond. Nothing did. It is another piece of information, though. It took a few moments before I realized that Lay Labs was gone. Still have no idea what or who that is. I was alone. And we get a pulse engine module. Okay, but I cannot install. Boost plus 9%. Drive efficiency, fuel efficiency. Yeah. Let's dismantle that. I don't need it. Gives me a bit more wiring loom. Didn't I just search these things? Yeah. Ah, maybe I overlooked that one thing. Okay, that is strange. So, for some reason... I wonder if this is... I don't know, it doesn't feel like it's bugging out, but it's definitely strange that suddenly it allows me to just straight up go from mission objective to mission objective instead of making me wait every time in between. Let's see, if I go back to my base, I have a weird feeling that the next mission objective will actually send me over to the exact same planet again, potentially. Which, you know, considering that these missions aren't the most interesting thing ever, maybe it's a good thing that I'm finally able to get through all of them without having to wait a bunch of time every time. They have to have some sort of endpoint though, right? I mean, because they're categorized as like a secondary mission here. I have a feeling that at some point it just won't show up anymore. Well, hopefully, because that's the reason why I'm doing them, more or less. I want to get done with the mission, right? Somehow this always takes a bit longer than I think. Probably has something to do with the game also having to load in my base, I assume. And more coordinates. Cool. Interstellar coordinates acquired. Let's see if it's the same system again. It is. Alright. Prepare to constantly warp back and forth between the station that I was just at and my base. There has to be some sort of weird logic behind it why it's choosing that one, right? So I feel like if I were to use another base computer, for example, the one of my of the mining outpost that I built, it would probably send me over to a different system. It is very strange, though. This is definitely the first time that I've been able to. It's the same one, yeah. It's exactly the same location again. It's definitely the first time I've been able to just access these missions back to back. Previously, it always had a wait period in between. The fact that it even sends you over, I'm really wondering why the game... I mean, wouldn't that be something that would be insanely easy to do, to just make sure that whenever you land at a specific outpost, it just doesn't use the same one again, ever? I feel like that would be the first thing you try to implement into the game, right? Because isn't that the entire point of these missions, to get you to different systems and different stations and whatever have you? So wouldn't you try to... I mean, usually the game does it like that, which is why I think maybe this actually did bug out, but it is giving me... It's not the same mission every time, right? It is actually giving me different pieces of information. I heard the music again this morning, that same signal that led me to this realm. I stood and listened, honing my instruments to find the source, expecting some different result, but what use was science here? If a computer is on fire, what good are the prayers of data? Okay. Another life support module. Yeah, this is honestly weeding me out a little bit. There it is. B. Let's see, what do we get? Plus 2% solar panel power. Well, at least I'm getting some wiring loom. Had I known this was a thing, I probably would have just built a teleporter here. That would be quite funny. I wonder if that would change anything. I feel like something in that algorithm that determines where you need to go for these missions went wrong. I mean, I can only really assume, right? But it does very much seem as if whatever flags, or potentially flags the, oh, that's a warp. Whatever flags these stations as already being visited or having been visited for a mission probably just failed for some reason. I don't know. It's quite strange though, because I mean, if you think about how this could potentially be programmed, the way I would do it is just I would search a random potential location as a mission objective, and then I would, you know, have like a small control function or something in there that would check off, oh, you know, we've randomly selected a location, and then I would check whether or not that location had already been used for a mission, right? And if it had, I would just randomly search for a new thing, because the universe is so vast. I think that even if the player stays in the same system for very long, there would still be, at least in theory, I'd assume that there would be, you know, upwards of 50 or even more potential locations that are quite close to the player that could be a mission target, right? So if it would truly be determined randomly, then I feel like the need for actually re-rolling the mission target would be quite a low chance. I mean, maybe I'm overlooking something here, but yeah, I don't know. Clearly this works differently compared to how I think it does. Yay, same thing again. Not entirely sure how long I want to keep doing this, though. I mean, it's definitely giving me other pieces of information, so unless it will repeat that information at some point, well, in theory it shouldn't, right? At least I hope it doesn't. At least it also picked a planet that's not too far away from the space station of the system. We'll see, though. Maybe I should look up how these missions actually work, because maybe this is bugged and it's not really progressing the way it should. Let's see. They had captured my friend. I saw them from a distance, the family of glass in all their majesty, cradling the fallen sentinel, its light flickering in their awful embrace. I let out an involuntary cry as they cut into its exoskeleton, and each vacant stare, each grin of malice turned to me. I fled, but it was no use. They numbered in the hundreds. They found me. Funnily enough, right? If we exclude the fact that it's now constantly sending me back and forth between my base and the exact same station, if we ignore that, if you can actually do these missions back to back, it actually makes more sense, or it's actually quite a bit more interesting, I would say. So, you know, looking at that, I feel like maybe it's a mistake to force the player to wait so long in between missions, because it will naturally lead to, I mean, so the thing I always suspected is that the reason for why they make you wait so long in between missions is so that they kind of essentially want to try to force you to engage with different... Oh, this is... Where do I put this? This is not a supercharged slot, right? Let's store this again real quick. Let's move this over here, maybe. Oh, wait. No, this should be here. This should be here then. And now, in theory, these two should work together, yeah. At least now it's actually showing these as, you know, properly working together with it, which it didn't previously, so. Not that I really need these pieces, but that's fine. I can't really install anything else anyways, because now I actually have three upgrade pieces for most of my technology. And I mean, I can still get more technology slots if I wanted to, because I still have like 20 navigational data in my inventory, which translates into at least 6 drop pod locations if I go to the space station and look for it, right? Oh boy, that's a big asteroid field. That was the wrong direction. Don't want to go back to the space station. Yeah, so originally I always thought that, which probably was the idea behind it, is that by forcing you to wait in between the base archive missions, not only do they prevent them from getting too stale and making you aware of the not really all that interesting mission design. I mean, essentially they are just glorified fetch quests, right? So it's fine though, because at least in the beginning they're also a tutorial, and they do give you access to a lot of base building parts and whatnot, so it's kind of fine. I didn't really mind them. But in a weird way, the fact that they do make you wait in between missions and essentially go and say, hey, go do something else, right? Look at the other parts that the game has to offer, which is kind of a cool idea per se, but it also works against, at least in my opinion, it definitely works against the story being more immersive. Because the fact that you have to wait, because, okay, the way I approached it is usually you had to wait at least like 2 or 3 hours in between the archive recovery processes, right? Which meant that per day of playtime, I would only ever do one of those missions and then go do something else, right? And the next day, or you know, next week, or whenever I got online again, I would continue the mission, because I knew that at that point the archive had restored additional data. But that meant that I only ever got one really, really tiny piece of information about, I guess, the bigger lore of the game, whatever you want to call it. So, in a weird way, the idea, the actually on paper very good idea of forcing the player to go do something else actively works against using these missions as a lore drop, right? Yeah. That being said, I don't really, unless they really pour a lot of time and effort into these missions and actually design them as proper, you know, RPG missions, something you would expect out of, you know, one of the really, really good missions of, I don't know, The Witcher or whatever, right? Unless they really pour a lot of resources into this, which I don't really see them doing because I feel like players are focused more on the sort of exploration slash base building side of the game. Less so on the story. I mean, it's still there. It's cool that there is a story and that there is some sort of lore and, you know, general reasoning behind the existence of this universe, but I don't think that most people are really too deep into this. They might look it up online, right? They might read through a condensed version of this, but I don't think that most players really are too interested in these missions per se, because they're the way they're designed doesn't really lend itself to them actually being interesting, right? But yeah, in a weird sort of twisted way, the fact that they force you to wait while being good for gameplay is actively bad for the story. So, should be something that definitely needs to be looked at eventually. Okay, let's quickly No Man's Sky base archive. Questbug is one of the first. Let's see. Progress. Okay, it's definitely not the thing that I'm encountering. Base Archives quest. Never ends. Okay, so it does seem as if the base computer eventually gives you daily missions, which I suspected it would do, because that's the same thing that all the other dudes in my space now give me, right? They give me like one mission per day or something. Which I should probably do the mission from the only one worth doing, it seems like, the one from the plant guy. Because that just straight up gives you a plant that you can sell for a bunch of units. Okay, so it seems like there's potentially 10 of these missions, and then I can... But I think I should definitely... Okay. It seems to be a potential bug, though. Let's see if I can get a list of these missions somewhere. Oh, a subsequent once the timer has a... Okay, so it seems like this is just happening 10 times in a row. I'm not entirely sure. It might count the time, like it might accumulate that time, I feel like. Because this is saying in the wiki that this specific quest stage should in theory have 6 real-time hours in between. But I think what might be happening is that it already quote-unquote accumulated that, like ever since I started the first one, I think it might have accumulated that time. And so it essentially just gives me all of it back to back, is what seems to be happening here. So it's just it just emits the wait time because this mission has already been running for quite a while. At least according to the wiki, this specific mission stage seems to be the last one, and you're supposed to just go to this terminal like 10 times. It doesn't actually say anything about it being, or supposedly being, a different one each time. I would think it would be. Apparently it's not. But yeah, the idea is you go here 10 times, you read specific entries. Once you've got all of them, it'll end. So let's do that. Not the most interesting thing ever, obviously, but at least it seems very straightforward. And then afterwards, it's apparently as a quote-unquote daily mission, it just gives you 3 pieces of salvage technology every day. Which is, you know, kind of a cool reward for it. Not that I really need that, but... at least that's a good idea, because it allows you to sort of passively gain... you know, salvage technology in order to unlock all the different base parts and whatnot. Because you do need quite a bit of it, quite a bit for it. That being said, salvage technology, if you are on a planet that has it, I mean, last time I farmed like what? It took me about well, I don't know how long it took. Not that long. And I had like 39 salvage technology or something, which then allowed me to unlock all or a lot of the alloy base parts that I wanted to have for the mining outpost that I was building. Well, let's see. It was Laylabs. Laylabs who I doubted. Laylabs who I had harmed and fixed. Laylabs who was my salvation. It tore us both from that awful place, warping us back to the universe, to our universe. The first traveler in history to escape the world of glass, to be reclaimed from death itself. It is kindness that saves us all, don't you think? Laylabs told me everything, speaking through my very exosuit. I will see you soon, my friend. Together at last. What tales they will tell of us. I am transmitting the glyphs now. Can't wait for you to meet my new friends. I mean, the stuff that it's telling me, you know, is not necessarily... Oh, that's weird. So you have to install it first. Let's see. So this is 3% solar panel power. Let's see what this is. 18% life support tanks here. Well, that's definitely better than the other one. Oh. Well, that's really annoying. So in order to properly... let's see. In order to properly dismantle it and actually get the parts from it, it seems like you have to install it first. I feel like that's another oversight that they didn't really think about when they introduced these types of... Or the way you're now able to store technology. Or maybe the menu prompt is just wrong. I wouldn't put it past them to actually mess that up as well. That sounded a lot more negative than I meant it, but yeah, I mean... Might very well be that the menu prompt is just wrong and it'll still give you, even though... So if you press R3 on an installed technology, it says dismantle, and it also tells you what you get for it if you dismantle it. But if you store that specific module just in your inventory without installing it in your technology slot, it just says discard, and it sounds like you're just throwing it away. So... I wouldn't necessarily want to test. I mean, obviously this isn't really super important technology or something, but I very much suspect that if you don't install it first, you actually won't get the dismantle materials out of it, which, yeah, as I said, that's definitely an oversight. That's not the way it should be, or it should work. Okay, back to base. But yeah, the thing that it doesn't say in the wiki, again, it might be a bug. I don't necessarily think so. I think that if you start the first of these 10 missions, and then you just leave it be for a while, I think in the background it sort of just accumulates the wait time, right? So usually you'd have to wait 6 hours in between each of these missions. But since I already had this mission in my inventory for quite a while, it probably just accumulated all of those hours. And since they're based on real-time hours as well instead of in-game hours, and it has been like a couple of days since I last played the game, it probably just, you know, instead of me having to wait 60 hours, it's just available straight away. Data scraps available for Oh, am I already through? Defragmentation continues. No relevant entries found. Data scraps available. Yeah, seems like I'm at the end. Cool. So I guess I was missing... Yeah, somehow... I wonder if this... Well, now I do wonder if it's a bug somehow. I think it accidentally skipped the wait time in between, which is probably also why it sent me to the exact same outpost every time. Because it thought that... somehow the wait time in between... Huh. Well, now I really wonder how this works. It might be that something with the time could potentially... Because that's sometimes how... random number generators work, right? If they have like a seed they work off of. Some of the time, the way they do that is that they're using, for example, the time you started the game at as a seed for the random number generator. So maybe that's what happened there, is that for some reason the game bugged out and didn't actually put in the wait time, and since I'm still in the same session or something, it quote-unquote randomly selected the same base every time for me to fly to. That could be what had happened there. Because that is definitely something where you can... Was that in Pokemon? Starball. Might be in Pokemon. I think people... There's definitely a way to... quote-unquote cheat in Pokemon games, because it's very, very difficult to get shinies and to get shiny eggs especially, right? And I think, so back in the day, the last time I really, 609, yeah, that's probably not worth that much. I think, so the last time I really looked into, what's it called, like shiny hunting, and the last time I really actually properly worked on my Pokedex and everything was back in Generation 6. I did play 7, and I would actually like to go back to Pokemon. Especially now with being able to stream, because I now have a capture card, right? And I would like to stream it as well. Sadly, I only have the... Because when I bought it, I didn't really have enough money to buy the quote-unquote normal Switch. So I bought the handheld one, the only handheld one, because it was like $100 cheaper, or more than that. It was like $130, I think, cheaper than the normal model. But obviously that one doesn't have an HDMI out, right? So I'm not able to stream from it, sadly. Which is not the worst, because I could sell it and get a new one. Honestly, I wish that they would have released a new version of the Switch by now. I know that obviously we have the OLED model, but that's still the same model, right? I really, really wish there would be a Switch with more power, like with a better processor or something. Because it's actually quite sad to see the performance of the Switch. I was watching Excessive Profanity play a little bit of Bayonetta 3. Never really was into the Bayonetta franchise. I think I played one of them at some point with a friend. Are there like spin-offs of it as well? I don't remember which one it might have been. Because from the main series, I mean, obviously there only seem to be 3. Anyways, not necessarily my type of game, but I was looking at it, and honestly, also looking at Xenoblade Chronicles 3, right? The graphics of the Switch, especially the resolution, is quite tough to deal with. It's completely fine when you're playing handheld, obviously. And it's also completely fine when you're playing sort of the more, I guess, quote-unquote native Nintendo titles. So I think a friend of mine has the Mario versus Rabbids thing. Is this Versus? I don't know. That's a quite a cool tactical game. That looks completely fine. Animal Crossing, which is a thing that I've played a lot, also looks completely fine, because it has the way the graphics work in that game, right? And just the way how it looks and everything just lend itself way better to the system, right? And it's not necessarily a big deal. I would say that, well, funnily enough, I actually played Breath of the Wild on Wii U, because I didn't have a Switch back then when it released, but I still had a Wii U. I was one of the few people who bought one, apparently. And I only have 3 games for it. Funnily enough, it's Wind Waker HD, Twilight Princess HD, and Breath of the Wild, so only Zelda. Well, I also have Mario Kart 8, but that's because it came with it. It was kind of worth it, all things considered. I mean, playing through both Wind Waker and Twilight Princess again in HD was pretty cool. And I already had a 4K TV, obviously, when I played Breath of the Wild, because at that point, you know, the PS4 Pro had already released and whatnot. And it looked fine on a 65-inch 4K TV. Obviously, the resolution was fairly bad, but I think the way Breath of the Wild looks, the graphics, it's not too bad. Because for some reason, with the way the stylized graphics work in Breath of the Wild, in a funny way, the fact that it is such a low resolution, or has such a low resolution, actually almost, right? I mean, not completely. Obviously, it would look way, way better if it ran in 4K. And I've seen, like, King Gothalion streamed it in, well, obviously the stream wasn't in 4K, but he emulated it in 4K. And even through the stream, it still looked a lot better than playing it natively, sadly. But in a funny way, I think that the low resolution does work somewhat with the stylized way in which they present Breath of the Wild, because, well, it's a sort of cartoonish, these cartoonish graphics, right? And so the low resolution, especially with, I do think they do still have like a very small filtering, something going on, right? So it's not just straight up low resolution. There is still some filtering going on over the image. And in a weird way, it almost makes it seem like a painting, right? Obviously, you're still very much aware of the low resolution in motion, like you see you see it flickering and whatnot. But in general, it wasn't such a big deal for me, because I think it does look a little bit like a painting, right? Like you go close to an oil painting or something. It doesn't look bad, but obviously they're in a funny way, a real-world oil painting also has a sort of resolution to it, right? Which is essentially the size of the brush that was used to paint it, right? Because that's essentially there is obviously a size to the quote-unquote smallest brush stroke the painter could have made or chose to make, right? And so, if you will, that is sort of the smallest pixel size that they could do. And in a weird way, with those stylized graphics, I think that it looks a little bit like a painted comic or something, right? It definitely works a lot better compared to what I saw with Bayonetta 3, for example. Especially since it seems like, well, if we take that game as an example, they seem to have put in a lot of resources, understandably so, into the main character model. But that actually sort of counteracts the low resolution, or not counteracts it, but it actively clashes with it, because you feel like you have this really, really high detailed, well-designed character model, but then you also have the low resolution going on at the same time, right? And that really, really, at least to me, it clashed in a big way. I think, if I would actually be interested in that game, or if it would be a completely different game that happened to have or happened to work within the same engine or something, right, that I would be interested in. Obviously, if you're a fan of a particular franchise, I don't think you really care, right? I think it's completely fine. I'm not really that much about super good graphics or anything. It's not necessarily, oh, sorry, buddy. It's not necessarily a big issue, but it's also not that great either. After all this time, I would definitely prefer if they gave us upgraded hardware for the Switch. And, well, it seems to be that the main reason why they haven't done that yet is because Nintendo has this big policy of very much, exactly the opposite of Sony, of not selling their products at a loss, right? So the way Sony operates or has operated for a very long time, I think, well, I don't know if they did it with the PlayStation 1 or 2, but certainly since the PlayStation 3, the way Sony has operated is they kind of subsidize their consoles. So they sell their consoles at a loss to get more market share to then make money with periphery and games, which is a completely valid business strategy, and honestly, arguably one that maybe Nintendo should embrace as well. They don't obviously they don't really have to, because clearly they're still doing fine. But, well, for the consumer, I would say that Sony's strategy definitely works better, right? Not necessarily for Sony. I mean, I haven't really looked at their numbers in a while, but okay, let's actually visit these planets now. Let's just select a random one and take a look at what we get. But yeah, I think that, at least for me as a consumer, I very much like Sony's approach because, well, I definitely realize that $500 is a lot for the PlayStation 5, right? And sadly, the amount of games that exist for the PS5 natively is still really low, right? Which is kind of a shame, to be completely honest. That being said, for me personally, especially with Final Fantasy XIV, I just play a lot of games on PlayStation. And being able to buy a system that, comparatively, especially to a modern PC, costs $500, allows me to play most games in close to native 4K resolution with almost a constant 60 frames per second in most cases, is mind-blowing to me. And with a really good SSD as well, right? The value for money there is crazy. Now, I absolutely get, right? I completely get if you say, well, I have more money to spend and I do want to have proper native 4K and, you know, actual constant 60 frames, or alternatively even 120 frames or something, right? If that's what you need or want and you have the money to spend on like really expensive PC parts, completely fine, right? Obviously do that. Ooh. Oh, this looks interesting. But in terms of value for money, and this is not to say that, you know, depending on the games you like and whatever, it might be that the new Xbox might also be for you, right? I'm not saying that it's per se Sony that has the exclusivity right here. Depending on the games you play, both new consoles from Sony and Microsoft, I think, offer exceptional value for money, like really, really exceptional value for money. And yeah, it's just pretty crazy to me that they're able to achieve that, but it is, you know, in large parts due to the fact that I think both Microsoft and Sony actually subsidize their consoles a lot, right? Where they specifically... can you please scan that, buddy? Where they sell their consoles at a loss and make money through other means. And, well, you know, speaking of that, for a very long time, I was actually waiting for Sony to come out with their own Pro controller. Back in the day, when I still played a lot of Destiny, I actually did buy a SCUF controller. Worst mistake of my life. Well, not worst mistake of my life, but certainly a bad mistake. SCUF controllers, at least back when I bought them, I don't know if they've improved since then, but back when I bought a SCUF controller, it was a piece of shit. Like, their quality assurance is essentially non-existent. It worked, but, you know, I probably just should have sent it back and, you know, be done with it. I don't know. I wanted to have it for the pedals, but yeah, I mean, they held for a couple months and then broke. Whatever though. Ever since then, I've waited for Sony to come out with their own Pro controller, right? A proper Pro controller. And let's see, let's summon this in. I don't know if I don't want to spend too much time here, but if the barrier technology modules are this close to my ship, I'm just going to grab them real quick. Let's also collect the dihydrogen here. So yeah, I've essentially been waiting for about 7 years something for Sony to come out with their own Pro controllers. And, well, over the years, they have actually worked with other manufacturers. So there were, quote-unquote, 2 Pro controllers that existed for the PlayStation 4. But those weren't built by Sony themselves. They were built by external manufacturers. And I think both of them were actually quite good with how they worked and sort of their, well, basic technology, right? So their quality was definitely, well, easily above SCUF controllers, because SCUF controllers' quality is, well, not necessarily difficult to, you know, get on top of. Anyways, the reason for why I didn't buy one of those is because, well, one of them had the analog sticks like the Xbox controllers, which I don't want, right? I want my analog sticks the standard way that Sony does it. That's just what I personally like for the way my hands work, right? And so that one I didn't want to buy. And the other one had a little bit of a weird form. It was a little bit more square, and just in general, I don't know, it wasn't necessarily bad, but if you're paying $200 for a controller, it better be the best controller you've ever had, right? So because of that, I never really bothered to buy them, because they, you know, it just wasn't exactly what I was looking for. Now, in a funny and weird twist of fate, as Sony always does it, at the very, very end of the PlayStation 4 lifecycle, when the PS5 had already released, I think, or very, very close to the PS5's release, Sony actually came out with a module that you can attach to your PS4 controllers that provides you with 2 additional pedals. And it's not even that expensive. I think it costs like $45, if I remember correctly, something like that. And it was, I think, funnily enough, actually one of the first pieces of technology that ever actually interacted with those additional contacts that they've put on the controllers next to the 3.5mm audio jack, right? It was more or less the first thing that actually worked with that for some funny reason. And yeah, had the PS5 not already been out at that point, I would have definitely bought that, right? I mean, it was kind of cool that they did that, and I thought that it was a really, really cool idea as well, because it allows for a lot of flexibility, right? Arguably, an additional attachment like that is maybe not the most comfortable thing, right? Because, well, at the end of the day, it is a little bit of, you know, this kind of awkward bit of plastic that's potentially, you know, attached to the bottom of your controller. But then again, I never tried it myself, obviously, because I didn't buy it, right, as I said. But can you please show me the planets? But I considered it, to be honest. And I guess, had I kept playing Destiny or something, where you can really take, or Battlefield, where you can really benefit off of having those pedals at the back of the controller, maybe I would have actually bought it, right? Oh, for fuck's sake, why doesn't it show? I suspect that that's the planet I've already visited. Yeah, it is. Now it finally shows. Okay, so let's go there then. Yeah, if I would have still played a game that really took, or that really had benefits out of using something like that, I probably would have done it. But since I didn't, I didn't bother buying it. And, well, When they first announced that they were gonna release a Pro controller for the PS5, I was quite excited, right? I thought that, oh yeah, sure, why not? You know, Christmas is coming up, might be something, potential gift, what have you, and well, Microsoft has had their Lite controller for a while, and I've always been, I still think that the Lite controller is one of the best controllers out there, and it also is an insane deal because it costs $130, which is way cheaper than most of the competition, right? If you don't go for the weird, like there is a version where it has, I think, like a case and whatnot. But obviously, I mean, why would you want that, right? The base version of it costs $130. That's what's important here. And so, well, I definitely expected the controller that Sony was going to release to be more expensive, right? Especially with the current way, like the fact that they apparently raised the base price of the PlayStation 5 and just in general with how the economy is doing currently, right? I just expected, oh yeah, it's probably going to be a little bit more expensive and whatnot. And I was fully prepared to, you know, pay up to $200 for it, right? I said, oh yeah, sure. If it's a good deal, you know, if whatever it contains is good and it's what I was looking for, I would have said, yeah, $200, probably not a bad deal. Well, first of all, now they announced it costs 240 euros, which that in and of itself would already be at least 40 euros too much, right? But combine that with the fact that both of my PlayStation 5 controllers now, you know, well, I was able to actually get rid of their drift by blowing into them, but it's definitely a temporary solution, right? It's something that you know, works for a while and then they start drifting again. And just in general, and then one of my controllers actually also has a seemingly, I think it might be a software bug or something. Maybe I could resolve it by, I guess, reinstalling the software on the controller itself, because they also now have software on them, right? And need to be updated and whatnot. And it's not a big deal overall, right? It's not a big deal overall because the controller, like most of the time, is completely fine. It's just that very, very rarely, and when I say rarely, I mean that it has done it like 3 times in the past 6 weeks or something. So it's really not a big issue. And it just, for some reason, just has lag all of a sudden, right? So it just takes a second until it actually registers the inputs you do. And you can fix it by just turning on another controller. So it's essentially turning that controller off and then turning it on again. So the classic fix for every computer problem does work for it as well. So in that regard, it's really not a big deal, right? And I wouldn't necessarily mind it. But these are normal controllers. And knowing how controllers are built, knowing that the Pro controller very much contains the exact same technology as the normal controller, just with a little bit of extra bits and pieces added onto it, really, you know, diminishes sort of the feeling that I would get out of buying one. I mean, that is my biggest issue with it, right? Is that I know that the base parts of the Pro controller are still the exact same controller, right? Underneath it all, it is the exact same controller. The difference being that it has, well, the physical changes that they've done to it apparently is that it does have additional paddles on the back, which is obviously the main reason why you want to control it like that. And then it also has adjustable paddles, right? So you can adjust the... you can adjust how much you have to push in the back pedals, so R2 and L2, right? You can adjust how much you have to push them in for them to register your input, which can be beneficial, especially in first-person shooters, if you don't have to push them in that much, because it gives you essentially a very slightly shorter reaction time, right? And it also just, in general, might improve your game feel. Well, that being said, for me personally, I don't really use those back paddle adjustments. If you just, yeah, let me kill that guy. Oh, whoop. Okay, so the whole back pedal thing, and the reason for why I don't use it is because I think, like, for me personally, I can get quite competitive in first-person shooters. It's not that I don't, you know, want to be competitive or that I can't be competitive. What is happening to my... Why are my rockets missing? It's not that I don't... Local enemy disruption? Okay. It's not that I'm not competitive, but I also actually value the way back pedals work, right? I think in terms of immersion, in terms of actually sort of pressing them all the way through, I don't know. I just like that feeling. I think it's, well, not necessarily immersion, or it's not more immersive. I think that would overstate it a bit much, but I just like the feeling of pushing the back pedals in. It just gives you, I don't know, for me personally, I think that it just kind of gives you the feeling of interacting with the controller a bit more. Which, for some people, might be a weird way of looking at it, right? But for me, that's what it does. And so I'm not really into adjusting those back pedals, right? So that specific function would already be wasted on me. Stop investigating me. So the main reason for me would be the back pedals. Now, obviously, if it does come with other bits and pieces here, and I'll get to that in a second, then that would also be fine, right? These actually look really funny. Almost look like crashed pieces of spaceship or something. But yeah, if the, I guess, quote-unquote additional bits and pieces that that the Pro Controller might provide would be cool, right? If they would actually be something I would like to look into, then that would be fine as well, right? I mean, I'm not necessarily against spending money to get good value, right? Or to possibly get something that, you know, is an interesting piece of technology. Which is also why I don't actually mind if the Pro Controllers are a bit more expensive, because I do realize that it's sort of a niche product, right? Not a lot of people are probably buying these things, in general, I would say. Although if you make them this expensive, then, you know, probably a lot more people are buying the Xbox Elite controller because they're saying, oh yeah, for 130 bucks, sure, right? If it also lasts me for a very long time. And I haven't really heard any complaints about the Elite controller. I don't know. Maybe people, like, maybe there are complaints about them, but who knows? But yeah, it would be completely fine, right, if Sony offered really, really cool technology for that. But, well, aside from the obvious, you know, external features of it being the triggers being adjustable and having back pedals, The rest of the controller seems to mainly come down to software, which obviously I'm not saying that software should come for free, right? Obviously the people that build it still have to be paid, but the software that comes with it, or the stuff that they allow you to do, arguably, at least half of it, should just be standard and be available for all controllers. There's no reason why there isn't a dead zone adjustment for all controllers, because it's literally a software thing, right? There is no reason for, like, even Nintendo has that. Arguably, well, Nintendo has it because they kind of had to have it. Oh, this looks kind of cool. Because the controller started drifting so much that they actually implemented you being able to adjust the drifting, right? So if your controllers drift, or if your sticks drift on the Switch, then there is a way to adjust the dead zones of them. Oh, this actually looks... Holy shit, what is this? This planet actually looks really, really interesting. But yeah, Nintendo actually... Oh, do we have aggressive sentinels? Oh, for fuck's sake. I did not realize that was a thing. Of course, the planet that looks the best fucking has aggressive sentinels again. But yeah, there is no reason why Sony wouldn't be able to provide those types of adjustments for normal controllers as well. And as I said, right, they... well, I didn't say that. But I suspect that maybe... You know, maybe if they're fair, eventually they'll provide those software features for the normal controllers as well. Because there really is no reason why they shouldn't do that, or why that shouldn't be a thing that they could do, right? But yeah, that, I guess, just in general greatly diminishes how I feel about Sony's Pro Controller. I think that not only should they provide a lot of the features that apparently they're planning to provide with the Pro Controller anyways, right? Those features should be available for normal controllers. Let's wait till the sentinels are gone and then try to just go and fly off. Okay. Perfect. But the knowledge that the only actual physical changes on the controller are the back pedals and the trigger adjustments, and everything else is sort of software based, and the rest of the technology literally just is. So I mean, you have to imagine, right? Software aside, let's suppose the software would be worth the same price as a normal controller, right? Which I think is already on the high end in terms of calculating that, especially considering that at least, you know, a partial piece of that technology Nintendo just provides for free. Not out of their own goodwill, right? We have to keep that in mind, but they do still provide that for free. So with all of that considered, I think that valuing the software equally as expensive as the as a whole controller is already, you know, pushing it. But even then, the controller should only be $140, right? And if you then consider that the only physical adjustment, seemingly, that has been made is literally that they put two small plastic levers next to the sticks, next to R2 and L2, and then put two also seemingly plastic pedals in the back. All of that, you know, would be worth maybe $20, maybe 30 if it's, you know, good quality. But again, considering that a vast amount of the technology that is built into the controller is the exact same technology. Holy shit, that is so loud every time. But again, considering that most of the technology is just the base technology that the controllers already have to begin with. All right, how does this look? Let's see if I can actually find, is it that one? No. It's not that one either. It's not that one. Yeah, it just doesn't give me a great feeling, right? That's sort of the big part here, is that if I spend that much money on a piece of technology, it better be a really good piece of technology, or at least it better make me feel as if I'm getting something for the money that I'm spending, right? As if it's like great value. And every time I looked at the light controller, right, with the back pedals being made out of metal, and just the way they seem to be designed, I think there's just a lot that I personally would like about it. And, well, the fact that Sony doesn't really, like it, man, especially the fact that they just seem to be, making everything out of plastic, at least according to the images that they've shown of the controller. Just, yeah, and that combined with the fact that both of my PlayStation 5 controllers started drifting, even though it's only been half a year, or, well, 9 months since I got the console, just doesn't leave me with a great feeling, right? I mean, what if that Pro Controller also starts drifting after a year of using it, right? For something that would really be a tiny upgrade for me. So yeah, had it been, would there be a base model like a light controller for $130 or even 150 or something? I probably would have bought it. Oh, this has aggressive sentinels as well. What the hell is going on in the system? But since it doesn't, or since they only seemingly provide this incredibly expensive package, and then they don't even give you additional stuff either. At least it doesn't look like it. So the more expensive package, which is still, you know, vastly cheaper than the PlayStation Pro controller, the more expensive a light controller that is way cheaper than the Sony equivalent comes with, as I said, a case and I think like additional stuff. I looked into it last time. There are a couple of additional things there. I do think that the Sony controller comes with like exchangeable sticks, though I'm not entirely even sure about that, or if they provide additional sticks for you to buy, but I don't think it actually comes with them right out the gate. So yeah, everything about it is just sort of a bad deal, it looks like. Which, yeah, I can just repeat myself there. It's just a shame, right? Because especially since I was waiting for it for such a long time. I was really hoping that once they came out with something like this, that it would actually, you know, be a very cool controller and something where you would finally go, oh, cool, we finally have an equivalent to the light controller for PlayStation as well. But nope. Looks like they didn't actually want to give us that. So yeah, unless there is, you know, unless in some point they're providing a different version of it, or maybe, well, they're not going to lower the price. That's the sad thing, right? Once that thing gets released with the price that it currently has, it's just going to stay at that price level. It's not going to drop in price. So the only thing we can hope for is that couple years down the line, though that's probably going to take ages as well, is that they're going to upgrade it, potentially make it better somehow, and then, you know, then we'll get what we were looking for. But until that happens, I fear we're kind of stuck with what they did here, which sadly, yeah, I don't know, it's just... not that great. Man, that was a long rant about the controller, huh? As you can see, I'm, I guess, quite a bit more passionate about it as maybe a lot of other people would be. But yeah, the main reason for that is really because I have been waiting for it for so long, right? That's the main thing, is that I've been waiting for that controller for, well, 8 years or something. And then they finally want to do something like that. And also, in a funny, twisted way of fate, right? Had my PS5 controllers been a lot better in terms of quality than what they are. Because it's not only the fact that they started drifting, it's also the D-pad is somewhat worse than on the PlayStation 4 controllers. And then sort of the general plasticky feel of the controllers is also... Well, it is somewhat strange, because I would say that the... failed. Okay. Whatever. The controllers definitely don't feel cheap. And I was actually quite confused by that when I bought the PS5 and held the controllers in my hand for the first time. It's definitely, there's something weird about them. I mean, obviously they're made out of plastic, right? That's what controllers have always been, and that's not really a big deal, right? Like, what else would they be made out of? They don't cost $300, they cost like 60 or 70, depending. Right? So, it's not really an issue, but just looking at the controller itself, in terms of base design, I do like them actually better than the PlayStation 4 controllers. Obviously, the vibration motors are better. They have the adaptive triggers at the back, right? In general, the way they're like, the feeling in your hand and whatever is pretty good. And obviously some of it will also be subjective, and arguably, you know, the way the sticks feel, there's a lot that feels better than the PS4 controller, I would say. And the build quality in and of itself, if you really just look at the build quality of the plastic, I think is also quite good. I mean, there are a lot of products in the same price range, nonetheless, that are way, way worse in terms of cheapness of plastic and everything, right? So the build quality overall of the PlayStation 5 controller, I think, is completely fine. But for some reason, I don't know if it's the finish of the plastic or maybe the fact that they're now made out of 3 pieces instead of 2. I don't know what it is, but something about how the plastic looks. Maybe it's literally just the reflection or something just makes it look a little bit cheaper. I don't even think that it is, but something about the form of the controller and the way the plastic sort of just looks while just normally looking at it does make it seem a little bit cheaper. Even though I don't think it actually is. But yeah, I mean, that's a small thing. That's not necessarily why I don't want to buy the Pro Controller, but as I said, it's just a shame that had I not... Well, I mean, even without the drifting issues of the PS5 controllers, $240 is still at least 40 too much, right? So in that sense, I wouldn't have bought it anyways, the Pro Controller, but since since those issues are there and present, and it doesn't feel like they actually improve the core technology inside the controller, just its software, just I think makes it a pretty bad deal overall. The one thing that we can maybe hope for is that because of its very high entry price, It might be that, especially if there are sales going on or something, you might be able to grab it below $200 eventually. Because honestly, at 240, I don't think too many people are going to buy these things. So maybe if we'll get lucky, you know, the market will kind of adjust for that, and maybe, you know, some big electronic stores, especially again, if like a sale is going on, you'll be able to get them a little bit more cheaply. I mean, there is still currently a sale going on at a big electronics chain here. It ends today actually, but they give you like 16% on almost everything. I don't know if they would include PlayStation controllers in that. They certainly don't include the base consoles, but I think the controllers you can get cheaper. So it would be 16% cheaper, which would be, let's see, 10% would be $24. Well, it would still cost slightly above 200 then, right? So you'd have to combine it with something else. It depends. But I definitely want to see how it actually does in the market once it's been released, right? I suspect that at least on Amazon, it's probably going to be $20 cheaper or $20 cheaper the entire time. But that's still too much for me. So we'll see. We'll see what Sony does. We'll see what they provide. Also, in general, we have to see, you know, until the controller releases and people actually get it in their hands. You know, that's going to be a big thing for me. I'm not going to buy it now anyways. I might buy it like a year down the line or something if, you know, people report that it's actually really, really good. It's just such a shame, right? That they finally release a product like that and then it's way too expensive. Also, what happened to the cool idea of that attachment that they did for the PS4? Right? Why is that not a thing? First of all, it was strange enough that they actually introduced that attachment at the end of the PS4 lifecycle. And then you'd assume, like, why not make that attachment compatible with the new PlayStation 5 controllers as well, right? That would be perfect. If there would be an attachment for like 40 or 45 bucks that would work both with PlayStation 4 and 5 controllers, to provide additional paddles at the back of the controller. I mean, well, I get that they don't work with the PS5 controllers because obviously they've been specifically designed to be like put at the back of the PS4 controller, right? And obviously that has a different form factor. So it makes sense that they don't work with the PS5 controllers, but why not release an upgraded version, right? They still could have had a Pro controller. Although, obviously, at that point, they'd have to provide an actual tangible benefit to the Pro controller over just buying the pedals, right? Because that, in a sense, I mean, really, when you think about it, right? If you buy a PlayStation 4 controller, so if you're playing on a PS4 rather than a PS5, if you buy a PlayStation 4 controller, brand new one, 60 bucks, then you get the attachment, it's another 40, that's 100, right? And then you have a perfectly fine controller with back pedals. Yes, you don't get the adjustable triggers at the back, right? But if you look at it that way, you're paying 140 bucks extra just for those triggers, right? Which is literally two small plastic levers that are built into the controller that physically restrain the pedals from going further in. So with a little bit of software added to it that just recognizes, oh, the lever's been pushed. So it's like insane that they're charging you 140 bucks for that, right? Yeah. Oh boy, whatever. Let's get away from this topic of the controller. We'll see. Maybe eventually down the line, some third-party manufacturers will also provide Pro controllers for the PS5. I don't know if that's going to be a thing. Maybe they'll have better ones than they had for the PS4. We'll see. Okay, so since I'm now done with the base computer, I guess we can actually go back to the main mission. It's been a long time, long time since I've done the main mission, actually. Let's see. So I'm still helping the two guys on the anomaly, right? Null seeks to understand more about how the universe came to be in this strange state, how the anomalies we see became so widespread. Null feels the Viking may know more. I should speak with a cartographer and find a helpful contact. I do think it's a little bit strange that these... So seemingly the additional information that you get from recovering the base archives also definitely plays into this whole idea of why does this universe exist? How does it exist? What happened in the past? So it's loosely connected to the main story as well. Yet at the same time, you get the feeling that some of the information that I got from the base computer are actually kind of further down the line in the main story. So it's this weird... It's definitely a little bit of a weird situation here. Anyways, though, let's take a look at that galaxy map. Where the hell do I need to go to for that mission? A quark 12 to the left there, right? That's where I need to go. And I can't go there from here. Which means Winsp Vel X has, I think that's the moon base that I built that I wasn't really sure what to do with. So I guess I'm gonna go that way next, and then from there go to the new system. So let's go back to the space station. Oh. Back to the space station, port over to the system I need to go to. Wait, let's double check. I need to... Because when I land, for some dumb reason, I can't access the galaxy map anymore. Yeah, it's Uensbevel X, or Huloratf. Why is there a star there? Did I build a beacon in that system, but didn't actually build a base or something? Might be. Uensbevel X, though, is where I need to go to. And I'm pretty sure that I mean, I can double check, but I'm pretty sure that I already bought the inventory upgrades in the system. I mean, the anomaly is here, so I must have. I'm pretty sure. How many salvage data did I actually get? Oh, I got these things as well. Oops. Let's park. All right. I have 11 salvage data currently. I guess I can also, let's analyze this. And let's actually open up these packages. Black market modification for the neutron cannon. Is that something that I have? Isn't that for, wait, the neutron cannon, isn't that... Oh, yeah. That would be for my multi-tool. So can't use that currently. Starship Pulse Engine. Let's take a look at that. Maneuverability, pulse drive, fuel efficiency 6%. So, I could get more maneuverability. Why does the pulse drive have... Is that just straight up Starship maneuverability? Because the pulse drive itself just goes straight forward. Right? So I assume this means ship maneuverability. Which is strange that it would be attached to the pulse drive. Anyways, is not enough in terms of upgrades to warrant installing it. And another one for the pulse engine. Let's see what we got here. Maneuverability 17%, boost 7%. Okay, that's... Maneuverability 7. Do I want to... 3... I don't know if I want to make it less efficient, is the thing. I mean, in theory, this module is far better than this one, right? But... ah, well, whatever. 6% efficiency. Don't really need that either, I feel like. Okay. What was it? I wanted to double check my exosuit upgrade. Though I have a feeling... didn't I already check this at the start of the stream? I might have. But whatever. Let's go over to the controller. Oh god. I talked so long about controllers that now I think everything's a controller. The teleporter, I mean. There we go. Teleporter. And let's go to this one, was it? Right. It doesn't tell you which systems have these. What was the other one? Holodof, right? This one. I think they both provide access to that system that I want to get to. Anyways, let's go here then. All right. Means... let me see if I can actually warp, though. Should be able to. Because I still have a warp cell. Hyperdrive, charge, warp cell. Boom. Could I build more? I should be able to. I could. Oh yeah, easily. I think I still have how many? Oh yeah, I could build like 5. Let's see. I think 1 warp cell should be enough though, because it's literally 1 system over. No, never mind. Wait, it says 25 light years. Is this really not enough for 25 light years? Huh. Let's just build 2 then. Charge. 50% should definitely be enough. Wait, does it actually give a straight number on how far it can... no, of course it doesn't. I wish it would though. Why does the game not tell you specifically how far you can actually travel? Viking cartographer, conflict data unavailable, prospecting economy. Cool. Wait, prospecting economy, and then, so it says prospecting, then it says sell 55%, buy minus 11%, unsuccessful. Wait, am I like missing some sort of meaning of the word prospecting here? Prospecting. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I did. Ah, all right. So mining stuff. That is strange that they always have like different words for this, because I'm fairly certain that at some point in the past I had seen a system that said like mining or something. So why are they using prospecting now? Anyway, so let's warp over, shall we? Warp there and finally talk to this cartographer guy. I've had this mission now for probably 30 or so in-game hours, because I've constantly been occupied with, well, mainly with these base missions, right? The base building missions. Those were the main thing that I was occupied with, so. Okay, Viking cartographer on board a space station. Let's take a look at the system, though. What? Wait, that... What? Is it not showing the current system because I haven't, like, visited anything yet? Something else, somebody else has definitely been here, interestingly enough. Oh, maybe it's just bugging out. Let's visit the space station first. It looks like somebody else has been to the system and actually visited all the planets, seemingly. Which potentially would save me from having to discover them all by myself. Well, that being said, I don't know, I do still enjoy landing on them. Yeah, it might be bugging out because... Is this the one that I'm in currently? Well, that's another one. For some reason, I don't think it shows the one I'm in. Oh. Wait, oh. I hit it at some point, probably because it was shown to me even though I hadn't been there. Interesting. Yeah, that's the system I'm currently in. Ah, and 3 planets have already been discovered by A. Jackson something. Tet before XC15 and Retues 28. Endless morass, whatever that means. An Arctic planet, a bleak planet, and then we're missing 2 as well. Well, cool. Means I can definitely still do more stuff here. Let's grab the exosuit upgrade first, though. Which I think, well, I still hate that these begin to scroll. I think I'm going to fill up these last slots down here, and then I'm going to start adding more technology slots again. Because I definitely want to have more technology slots, but yeah, I don't want to force the game to scroll through the inventory if I don't absolutely have to, so. Okay, anything else? I mean, these guys just provide upgrades, which I don't really need currently. I guess I should always take a look at these multi-tools. Upgrade class. Oh wait, that's just to upgrade mine, right? This is the one that they, yeah. Yeah, I should look at these because they can randomly be better than the one that I have, which this Well, that's... Okay, so this has 2 slots more than my current one, apparently. While at the same time... being only C class for some reason. That's strange. Also, it showed my slots wrong, didn't it? That was very strange indeed. Oh boy. Well. Honestly, it's been so long since I followed this main story mission that I have absolutely no freaking idea what this guy is going to tell me, or why I even want to visit him. I mean, I faintly remember Noel and everything, but I don't know what we were specifically looking for. Let's talk to the other guys first, though. Oh yeah, I also forgot to go into the back room on the other side. Oh well. This is always quite tedious though, so... You know, sometimes not, like, talking to everybody is perfectly viable as well, because it's just really not the most interesting thing. Honestly, at this point, probably the saddest part about this is that you're doing all of this, right? And it's more like a sort of a checklist, because it's in the game. I want to be able to, or I want to collect all the words, right? It's more about collecting them rather than the words actually meaning anything, because, like, what's the point? There is no reason to be able to talk to them, I think. Because it's not actually, I mean, at least seemingly, it's not actually really connected to any sort of mission. Or even if it was, it wouldn't be meaningful. I mean, so... I've played this game for 60 hours now. Like this current version, right? Overall, probably a bit longer than that. And... so far in these 6, and you have to remember, right, for people who are really passionate about No Man's Sky and who've been with the game throughout the years and have, like, looked at all the different upgrades and whatnot, there are probably a lot of people that have played this game for potentially thousands of hours, right? I mean, there was literally somebody in my chat last time, I think, who talked about having played this game for over 6,000 hours, right, which is quite a bit, obviously, and... well, that's fine and all, but the fact that, you know, you have to remember, most quote-unquote normal people will play these kinds of games for somewhere between, you know, 15, 20, 30 hours to maybe 60, something like that. Maybe 100. I would say that 100 is already a pretty... you know, somebody who really, really likes playing games and who really likes to, you know, explore a game quite a bit. And the fact that in over 60 hours of playtime, you know, me having talked to these guys and having learned their words meant absolutely nothing so far. And was not part of any sort of gameplay or whatever. I'm literally just learning these words so that my menu says have learned X words out of Y in total, right? That's the only reason why I'm doing this. And yeah, so far there has literally been zero reason for me to actually do this. So it's... I'm just confused what the point is. Why? I know that this is something that has been left over from the beginning stages of the game, so they probably just never went back and really overhauled the system, but I mean, they did introduce those translator modules, right? But the thing is, the one that I actually built, the one I actually had to use, was for the main mission. And it's a specific one that allows you to understand Artemis, I think. But that has no actual implication to all these other guys, right? There is no like reason to be able to talk to them. I don't know, it's all very, very strange. And the weirdest thing about all of this is that the only aliens you actually do have to talk to, which are the guys that help you out at your base, right? The ones that you can recruit for your base, they're just straight up getting translated. Like you don't need to understand their language in order to talk to them. So what's the point then? I don't know. Grah, honorable war. Conquents, the Movanyuk. I can battle with weapons and with sign. Bata the Imai. Okay, yeah, what about your lore, buddy? It's a weird question. As the warrior begins their bark, I feel a strange frequency vibrate through my skull. I see a flash of Null's glowing orb behind my eyes. Suddenly, the Viking's words ring clear in my ears. See? Now it gets auto-translated again. I mean, I get it, right? They probably didn't want you to being forced into actually engaging with this weird translation system just to be able to do the main story. But at that point, like, why not just remove that translation system? Like, why have these guys talk in alien languages at all, right? Pathetic interloper, prying into Viking secrets, cowardly spy, I should kill Grah. But traveler must be aided, such as command of Herc. Prove yourself, interloper. Retrieve the words of Herc, ascend in Viking glory. Then you shall have your words. Okay. Okay, so it seems like we as a traveler entity, whatever that's supposed to mean, seem to be quite important to all of these alien races, seemingly. I will reveal only this. Location of Herc's command is marked for you. Commune with their words. Okay. That's quite the reveal, buddy. Don't know why he says reveal only this and then just straight up, oh yeah, by the way, that's where you have to go. I mean, that's all I wanted to know. Collect a Viking artifact from an ancient ruin. The cartographer has marked its approximate location. Okay. That should be in this system, correct? So I guess we'll do that real quick and then return to him. And it's one of the undiscovered planets as well. That's cool. Ancient bones. Far free. Land to begin search. Oh, yeah, well, that was not really complicated. It's a cool planet, though. Man, I so greatly appreciate every time you land on a planet that is actually somewhat empty. I just wish that so many more planets would be like this. This has such a cool atmosphere to it, right? It's just literally an empty rock, and then suddenly there's like this alien structure here. And, well, the sad part is that I kind of know how this game works at this point, right? And I know that it's sort of just been randomly placed here. So, like, sadly, it greatly diminishes the impact that these kind of structures have on you, right, in terms of the story, because it just feels like, oh yeah, sure, this has been sort of randomly placed here, and that's it, more or less, right? And so Yeah, I know that it's here. And so, yeah, I don't know, it completely takes away any potential speculation that I might have about it, right? It takes away the idea of, well, why is this here? Why did they potentially build it on this planet? Because it seems like a very remote location, right? It doesn't necessarily look like a planet you'd usually find life on, and well, clearly you don't. It's an empty rock, seemingly. But still, this thing exists here, right? And usually in a game or in an RPG or whatever have you, right? I would begin speculating. Well, why is this here? Why hide this, right? What's the meaning behind that? But since it's randomly spawned in and the game doesn't really attempt to hide that in any sort of capacity, or rather, I guess it doesn't really do anything with this, right? Because the fact that it's randomly spawned in and of itself isn't an issue. That's the very reason why you play this game, right? That's the very reason that, like, the very thing that that makes this game so unique is this randomness to it. Problem being, it doesn't actually do anything with it, right? It just spawns in these mission objectives as a random location instead of specifically designing these missions around that very idea and then working with that. And again, I realize that I'm demanding something that is quite difficult here, right? Designing a mission that both tells an intriguing story while also simultaneously actually working with the fact that you can be at any point in the universe and it has completely random planets and whatnot. You know, that's not an easy feat. That's not something that you can just do. But I guess in a way, I feel like this should be something that should be inherent to the entire game. So currently, these mission objectives, like the big issue here, I think, is that these mission objectives and the way the planets are randomly generated are two completely separate systems, right? So they built the engine that allowed them to create this expansive universe, right? And they build their like tools that would randomly generate everything, right? And then after the fact, they build missions that work within this universe, right? And at least to me, it makes the two things feel very, very disconnected to each other. Whereas I think the way they should have approached it, which I do realize is the way more difficult approach, is that these structures should be inherently generated with the universe. Meaning that structures of a specific race, for example, or specific ruins would only ever appear on planets that also had certain other specific aspects attached to them. So maybe this specific ruin would only ever appear on completely barren planets, sort of cementing the fact that this was built by a civilization that doesn't exist anymore, and that also, for some reason, wanted to build their structures in remote locations that potentially were very difficult to discover, right? Which you could then obviously build a story around that, right? And write the story with that in mind. But since they didn't do that, this just feels almost out of place. It still kind of works within the environment if I try to suspend my disbelief a little bit and think about, well, what would I think if I didn't know that this was completely random? Then it would actually be pretty awesome, right? I mean, this structure even does work with this planet a little bit, I think. Like, it looks like it could have been made out of the stones that you find here, and then it was just painted to fit the culture that built it a little bit more. And yeah, it could have literally been an outpost or a research station, or maybe a station that was supposed to pray to a certain god or something. But it was also potentially not really meant to be found all that easily, or unless you had information about where it was, you weren't supposed to find it, and that's potentially why they built it on a very barren planet in a remote location, essentially, right? That's such a cool hook, but it's not going to be used in the story, right? Because the game doesn't know, or the story mission doesn't know, or doesn't interact with wherever it actually gets spawned. I don't know, it's such a... I realize that what I'm asking for here is very, very difficult to accomplish, or would be very, very difficult to accomplish. Which, I get, but that's the very thing that I thought made this game so unique when they first announced it, right? Or that's the very thing that I wanted this game to be, is this cool idea of exploring a randomly generated universe and actually interacting with it in unique ways that other games simply cannot, because they don't have that. They don't have this infinite randomly generated universe, right? It's such a unique selling point. But then, sadly, the missions that they introduce are not that, right? They're your basic fetch quests that could exist more or less within any game, right? I definitely acknowledge that they're trying to build a narrative sort of with this meta knowledge in mind, where the very fact that it is a randomly generated universe also plays part in the story, right? And the fact that multiple of these universes exist as well plays a part in the story. But it's the same thing that I was talking about earlier with the base computer, is that the words try to tell you that, right? The words, the things that have been written by whoever wrote it, they interact with, or they acknowledge that. They know what this game is and how it's being built and whatnot, and try to work with that, right? And build a narrative out of it. But in terms of gameplay then, in terms of how you interact with this, it doesn't have anything to do with that, right? It's a completely random bit of, oh, you click on this and then you click on this, and then you travel there and click on this. That's all you ever do. And that's unfortunate, because there is so much more potential here. Way more potential. Oh well. Maybe in the future we'll actually get, you know, a more profound experience with this. But then again, well, I suspect a big part of why they've never really overhauled this to begin with is probably because especially the players who've stayed with the game for a very long time are not that interested into going through all of these beginning stages again. And at least I certainly look at it like this, where I would say that I'm not that interested in beginning a new playthrough ever, right? I just want to expand on what I already have, and the only reason that would ever prompt me to go through the beginning stages again is if they would overhaul the entire game again, if they would overhaul the entire universe and actually overhaul the well, how everything works, how it's being generated, and then also in that vein overhaul the way the story is being told and how the quests work and everything, right? I don't know, it's very, very difficult to talk about this with No Man's Sky, because I do realize how much they've already done over the years. So it feels wrong asking for more, honestly. But it's not that I'm criticizing them. I don't think that the game is bad in any sort of capacity. It just has even more potential. But I also, I'm able to recognize how difficult it is to tap into that potential, because it would require really, really big fundamental changes that take what's already there and build on it in a very fundamental way. It would be awesome if they do it one day, maybe, depending on how long they actually want to keep working on this game, because at some point I'd imagine they also wanted to do something else. And since I think Hello Games is still very much a quite a small studio, I don't know if they want to confine themselves to keep working on this for a very long time, right? Okay, sorry, I had to talk to someone real quick. Where was I? Yeah, the whole story potential. I mean, I was basically done with that, but yeah. I don't know. I always feel like it's very, very interesting. No Man's Sky is such a unique game in that sense, right? It's such a unique experience in a lot of ways that it just lends itself naturally to speculating about what could be and speculating about what this kind of game could still do in a lot of ways, right? But anyways, let's look at this story. The noble travelers will be spared. Their journey through the cosmos shall not be thwarted. So it is decreed. The will of Herc commands it. The Viking shall honor the judgment and disbelief of the ancients. Ancient knowledge passed down through generations of Viking warriors spills from the marker stone, filtering into my mind like a long-forgotten memory. I begin to speak, and my voice is seized by an unknown power. I roar, taking myself by surprise. None hamper the path towards Drindark as the Sentinels. They must be destroyed. Their time will be ended. So has it been written, so it shall come to be. This the Vikings swear. I call out once more, my throat harsh and gasping, the sound guttural. The words spill forth, summoned by the power of the monolith. The Book of Herc speaks of the rise of the travelers. They shall ascend, delving into the boundless void. The Vikings shall not impede their ascent, for the travelers must prevail. So decrees the word of Herc. As the words fade, their lines still resonating in my vision, I find myself in possession of an ancient tome. Viking tablet. Oh, and it looks like the Sentinels didn't like that. Wait. What just happened? They just disappeared. Okay. Sure, I guess. Okay. Okay, so... At some point, I definitely would like to go through the sort of information here, right? In terms of what potentially happened with this universe and why it all works like this? I don't know. It's... where's this tablet? Oh, this thing. Okay. A stone tablet bearing line after line of intricate runes. The words are unintelligible. An ancient dialect forgotten by all but the oldest of the Viking elders. The hand that carved the stone must have been extraordinary. The stonework is precise, delicate, and yet perfectly conveys the unyielding aggression its writer clearly possessed. Okay, so what I'm getting so far out of the story, and this is with, you know, bits and pieces that I scrape together now, and, you know, the partial knowledge that I still retain from all of my play sessions from like months ago and everything. Somewhere there was a beginning and like a traveler that traveled with someone else potentially, and the Sentinels had some sort of other task at some point. And then something went wrong and it turned the Sentinels against all the other guys, and somehow this ancient knowledge got retained that traveler entities, which seem to be some sort of special entity within this universe, well, they fill a special role in this universe, and all the other alien races kind of know about that, or they somehow retained this knowledge throughout their history and passed it down through generations of aliens, and the knowledge is still there, but apparently they don't really know why, right? They just know that that's a thing. They just know that this knowledge has been passed down, or yeah, they just know that they have this knowledge, or that they should help the traveler entities, but they don't really know much more beyond that, I feel like. Null wished for me to visit the Viking and learn what I could of the Atlas, the creator of all universes, the Sentinels, rebellious hunters of anomalies, and the travelers who committed some unforgivable act long ago. Oh, that I completely forgot about. Yeah, it feels like, especially with the multiple universes and everything, it feels like this specific universe was supposedly maybe created by whatever happened back then. And the Sentinels, so the Travelers are, I think, in a way, looked at as an anomaly. Something that, at least in terms of what the Sentinels think, should not exist. Or potentially, I mean, whatever happened in the past, maybe the Sentinels, or whatever system they're connected to, whatever grander I don't know, universe-spanning brain they're working with, considered, or well, it probably looked at the Travelers and kind of determined that whatever they did back then could happen again, and so they must be eradicated, right? And that's why the Sentinels exist everywhere, and why they're trying to eradicate you from time to time. I don't know, something like that. I don't know, the more I play of these story missions, it's funny. Originally, when I started playing the game, especially with the other like base part missions and whatnot, I actually appreciated that they built these quest lines that also act as tutorials, right? And they, on top of that, also do provide additional knowledge about the alien races. They provide additional knowledge about the Atlas and the Sentinels and whatnot, but it's also fragmented. And the problem is, because it's attached to tutorials and because you're doing so much other stuff, right? You're building bases, you're looking for resources, you're buying a freighter, and you're finding salvaged technology and whatnot. You don't have this story thread that's going on. And other games struggle with that as well. I would say that one of the prime examples of bad main stories definitely are the Elder Scrolls games. And a big reason for that, I think, is because for some reason they always insist on designing the main story in a way where it takes you through the entire map, more or less, right? But by doing that, because there are so many really, really cool side stories, you get distracted all the time. And that's kind of the purpose of the game. But it also means that inherently, you're setting the main story up for failure, right? Because it's very, very difficult to properly follow the main story and really engage with it in a way that you would a way more linear story like The Last of Us, and yeah, that's a big issue. One that's not difficult, or one that's quite difficult to solve. One thing that I personally did when I played The Witcher 3 for the first time, for example, is that I ignored almost all the side missions, except the ones that actually branch off of the main story, and I felt like that was, in retrospect, the best way to experience that game for the first time. So I played through The Witcher 3 twice, right? I played it once initially, where I just did the main story and all the branching stories, so the big sort of side quest lines that are actually branching off of the main story, which already took me, I think, around about 90 hours or something to get through the game. And then I played it again afterwards, and did everything, which took me, including DLCs, probably like 250 hours or something, with doing like all the side quests and whatnot. And having this inherent urgency to the main quest and actually focusing on that, essentially really role-playing as Geralt, because throughout vast majorities of the game, you're looking for Ciri, right? So Geralt would be focused on that and wouldn't be distracted by some sort of menial tasks, right? And other potentially quite intriguing, but still ultimately meaningless side quests to Geralt, right? So going through that game like that, in retrospect, I think was a good decision, at least for me personally. The problem always is you don't know that, right? I mean, you don't know if you're completely blind on a game, if you haven't played it before, or if it's just released, you don't know what the best approach is, right? And you sadly can only ever experience a game once for the first time. So sometimes I end up playing games in kind of a wrong way. Is there a good example for one of those? Maybe Elden Ring a bit, right? Elden Ring, I would say, definitely dragged on towards the end. And that might also be because I initially set out to discover as much as I could, right? So I went through the game world and tried to discover everything there is. Obviously, I didn't succeed with that, because not all can be discovered in one playthrough. You might still miss the odd bit here and there. Especially in terms of the NPC quest lines, I definitely missed a bunch of things. But especially with how Elden Ring sadly repeats a lot of its bosses and concepts in side dungeons and whatnot over the course of the game, especially in the last sort of third of the game, I felt like it dragged on quite a bit. And I felt, obviously I didn't have to keep doing what I was doing, but I still felt compelled to keep looking through the game, partly also because I was curious, right? I mean, there are really, really big, profound, really cool pieces in Elden Ring that you can completely not find ever, right, if you don't look at everything. So you never know when you're playing through it if whether or not you discover a dungeon that is just a carbon copy of another dungeon with another copied boss at the end that is even potentially completely underleveled for you and easily beaten, or you could walk into a completely new underground environment with crazy cool items to discover, maybe even new plot lines or a new NPC or what have you, right? So it's this inherent issue with, like, which in theory is a good thing, but well, the problem is that if you don't discover anything new, it can drag on quite a bit. That's a little bit of another issue with Elden Ring. Coming back to No Man's Sky, though, I feel like these missions, so I commended the game in the beginning for designing these missions in a way where they constantly prompt you to do other things, right? So you might be building a base, then at the next moment the mission prompts you to, hey, you need a warp drive to go to the next system, and then you fight some sentinels for a bit, and then you return and, oh, now you have new technology for your base, so go out and expand your base a little bit, right? It's in terms of the actual gameplay, I felt like it was really, really cool and a really neat idea to constantly prompt the player with new things. In terms of the story, though, I feel like it would be way better if you had a way to, or if you would specifically focus on playing through these story missions in a linear fashion, because with this sort of fragmented way of delivering these pieces of information to you, I feel like it would be way more interesting and also easier to understand if you actually went through all of it sort of at once. So yeah, it's again, that's not really per se a criticism towards the game, because I think that it very much would be like, it would be very, very difficult to design this in another way, I feel like. Ah, you have communed with Herc. Wait, have I? Who is Herc? You're worthy, interloper. Make your request be bold. Let's ask about the travelers. Thumbs up. Gra, the travelers must be aided, the travelers must prevail. Cool. Yeah, I already knew that. What does that mean? They repeat the words. It is as if they have not heard me. Okay. What about the Atlas? Do not speak that name. Only pathetic beings worship a liar. Why is it a liar? Any being that claims to be a god is not one. Progenitor Herc knew this well. Battle Brother Null did not. They died for a false dream. Wait, but Null, isn't Null still alive on the anomaly? The Viking tells me of the history of wars with the Gek, of Korvax slaves and Tyrannus empires. And now we get like this one sentence that seems incredibly interesting, but we don't get more information about this, really? The Viking suggests that if the Atlas is a god, then it is insane. I'm about to leave when I notice something on the Viking's terminal. 2 digits blinking endlessly. They feel familiar. 16. Gra. It's as if he's like an AI that's talking to me, right? What interloper, what face are... The Viking is visibly pained by my mention of the number, staring at the terminal as if they have seen it for the first time. The words slur, a strange sound entering every sentence. I have no idea what just happened. I mean, there is something very, very odd going on here. But I still don't know what to make of it. Speak to a Korvax cartographer, locate a Korvax system. Let's take a look at the galaxy map and see whether or not that's in a system I've already been to, or if I have to travel somewhere new. Before I do that, though... do I want to visit this real quick? Endless Morass? Wait, Udal, that symbol, does that mean that this other player built a base on that planet? It almost seems like that, right? And then we still have an unknown planet as well. So let's try to visit Retowas 28 and then also the unknown planet. And while doing that, I'll take a look at my galaxy map and see where the hell I have to go next. Share Viking revelations with Nada and space summon the anomaly. Oh, well, let's do that first, I guess. I wanted to go to the anomaly anyways because that gives me another exosuit upgrade. Quite a bit going on here. Might as well use some salvage data to get more base parts or something while I'm here. Life is everywhere, but nowhere. The Convergence has seen all planets, but where are they really? Where is home? Where is safe? This is a pattern, traveler friend. All things are patterns, signs of the Atlas falsity. Ask about Null. Missing entity speaks to many others, many travelers. Such has it always been. There is a pattern, as there always is. Nada does not control the actions of traveler entities. You must make your own choices. Quicksilver. Wait, I got Quicksilver for that? Okay. Well, it also doesn't really help that these missions fairly frequently are kind of like easy to recognize patterns, right? Because now it's just going to send me to so I was in a Viking system talking to a Viking cartographer. Now I'm going to do the same with the Korvax, and then I'm going to do the same with the Gek, right? You immediately kind of get the next story bits and pieces, which yeah, is maybe not the best thing ever, right? It's it just creates the sense of, oh, I already know what's going to happen, so... And sadly, as I mentioned before, the story just isn't really, you know, interesting enough to where it, you know, actually keeps your interest up enough to where you, like, I don't know, it's... I guess I'm mostly criticizing the mission design here. It's really not the best thing ever. Honestly, let's just continue unlocking all the alloy base parts. Let's... This roof actually looks pretty cool. Sloping alloy roof panel, but... Does it have edge parts? How do you... Roof gable. I don't really know how this is supposed to connect to anything else. Oh well. Anything that I want to... Well, I do have a couple of things to sell eventually, but... Thankfully, I have more than enough inventory space at this point to just... What do I do with this then? Is this just a random quest item that just stays in my inventory now? Or... Well, maybe I'll turn all three of them in eventually. Guess that could be it. Let's talk to this guy real quick. Hello. Ooh, that's a lot of nanites. Still don't know how that's calculated, by the way. I'm guessing he just gives you nanites for all the bits and pieces of information, like all the stuff you scan on planets. I think he gives you nanites for, but it's so weird because the game never really. First of all, it never reminds you of the fact that you can do that, but then also it doesn't actually tell you really what that's about. It just says, oh, yeah, you get a bunch of nanites. Here you go. It's not like, oh, you scanned, you know, I don't know, 25 different minerals or 25 different, what's it called? That's the planet that supposedly has a base on it. Is there a way to look for the base, though? I don't think so, unless there is a way to... Maybe if you land, it'll show you where it is. Fuck. Why is there no upgrade to the cargo scan deflector? I don't get it. Oh, hello. That was a very quick approach that guy's doing. Well, that ship looks really awesome. Which actually reminds me, I mean, I know that you can get different looking ships and whatnot if you look at, like, you have plenty of resources for that, in theory, because every time you land on a space station, you can just wait for aliens to land there as well, and you can potentially buy their ships and whatnot, so that way you can actually get a lot more different looking ships and whatnot. But, can I not scan for his base? What is that? OG settlement. Is that what other player bases look like? Wait, what? Oh, it spawned a building underwater. Interesting. Huh. How far away is that? Hours? What? Wait, hold to tack. K. Brown? Wait, that's another person though. That's not the guy that discovered this planet to begin with. Huh. Cool. That's actually really awesome that you can that they get shown to you if somebody built a base on a planet. Let's see. It's probably going to be a disappointing one. Nothing against whoever built it, but especially if it's called OG Settlement, it might just be a sort of a basic base that they built at the beginning of their playthrough and whatnot. We'll see. I just want to know. This is so cool, though. This is so awesome that this is now possible, right? This is what the game was missing from the very beginning. Because it also, like, I don't even know. It might potentially be years since they built this, right? Which is just really, really cool to think about. Was it exactly on the other side of the planet, or what? I feel like I've already been halfway around the planet. I wish this would be a bit more, for how much the game actually does automate travel processes and whatnot, like the automatic landing and docking and whatever have you. Just circling and orbiting around a planet is quite finicky in a way. Not really, but you have to do it manually, which is strange, considering that everything else is sort of automated, right? Oh, holy shit. Never mind, I take that back. This isn't... What the fuck? They built an actual village here. Oh, this is awesome. What the hell? This looks like something straight out of Star Wars or something. What the fuck? Planetary settlement. Outpost status vulnerable. Planetary settlements. You have located a struggling planetary settlement, fighting against harsh conditions and constant sentinel harassment. Speak with the citizens to learn more and to assist them in their efforts to build the town. Become overseer and help grow the settlement. Make decisions about buildings and research to improve the town. Assist the citizens and help solve their disputes. Collect the valuable products that the settlement produces. Wait, so this is not player built then? This is something that is now part of the game? What the fuck is happening? Construction terminal. Environmental control unit. Final fit out 0 complete. What the hell is going on here? Why does it say OG settlement and K Brown settlement though? Is it because another player has already started taking this thing over? K Brown settlement. Population 43 citizens. Happiness 46%. Production 900,000 units per day. It also has a maintenance cost though. Sentinel alert level 0%. Atlas shields, automatic climate shields, report settlement names. Of course fucking pirates attack this thing. So this is something that another player has found then. They haven't built this, they found this. Okay, seriously though, if this exists... Okay, can you please stop attacking? That's annoying. If this exists, then why don't... Why do the other old structures still exist then? Hi, buddy. Gra to Kufus, interloper. It is Jixi. You are here to Imai with us. To the death. The settlement must be the source of the distress signal. What kind of... What? What are they doing here? Building a life exposed to the harsh planetary existence, battered by the elements. Before I can speak, I hear the wail of a siren. A hostile buzz descends upon the town. Sentinels have arrived. Okay, hunt and destroy 6 Sentinel forces. It's a little bit dumb that the fucking pirates are attacking at the same time, but... I mean, I guess... I guess it adds to the atmosphere. But, I mean, this has been claimed by another player, right? I feel like. So, how exactly does this work? Am I helping him now, or...? It's really, really cool to discover this, though. It just feels so far beyond all the other structures that I've encountered until now, so... It almost feels out of place, in a weird way. Save the settlement from the Sentinels. Speak with a survivor to learn more. Interloper. Ormendra Abyali. Commander is Hiwutumba by their habates. Interloper must replace them. Unurtva command something. The Viking salutes, pleased to see another join their fight against the Sentinels, but it is clear they are tired, worn down from the fight. If no one helps them, I fear their settlement will not last much longer. Accept their thanks. Perhaps I could assist these settlers. The overseer position appears to be newly vacant. Huh? Okay. Well, this already belongs to somebody else. Shit. And now the game just randomly assigns me another settlement? Okay. Sure. Let's go over there then. I don't know how I feel becoming an overseer for a settlement, though. I feel like that ties me down to something that I don't necessarily want to be tied down to. What? Wait, what? Did it just... Oh boy. I think it sort of accidentally... Wait, pirate attack ships remaining? Why is there a pirate attack ship still remaining? Was that one of the guys that attacked the settlement just now? Yeah, somehow because the settlement already belonged to somebody, I can't take it over. And so I feel like the game randomly spawned in another one that I can take over, which is quite funny to think about. Don't know what happened there necessarily. But yeah, that's what I wish all the settlements on planets actually looked like. Because that looked like a proper small settlement, right? Like a proper small town, instead of just some weird structure that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I mean, I guess these types of settlements would also have a teleporter attached to them, and then you could just go back and they just potentially not randomly, but I imagine they would potentially just generate money for you over time. Cargo probe scrambled. Nice. Well, let's see what will happen here. Now I wonder why it showed me... well, I guess if you become overseer of a settlement, the game also equally counts it as a base you own, more or less? Something like that? Okay, now I'm intrigued what this looks like, since, well... Yeah, it's literally just another one. Another settlement. Oh, wait, this doesn't have landing pads. I wonder if the other guy built the landing pads then. Might have, huh? Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, weirdly enough, it just counts it as another settlement. But it also counts as if... I mean, well... I guess we can sort of think of it as if I saved this one instead of the other one. Let's see. Oh. Cool. They make me go through the whole fighting Sentinel part again. Okay, that is definitely... Well, the sad thing is, I feel like this isn't even necessarily... Well, it kind of is a bug, but I don't think this is a bug in the sense that the game didn't function properly. I think this is a bug in the sense that they maybe never accounted for the fact that you could... Like, the first settlement you discovered could be one that had already been taken by somebody else. And so I think the game just wasn't prepared for that situation. And so it started the quest even though I wasn't actually able to take over the settlement. And then they, I guess, spawned in a second one for me to take over. Wait, was that one of the normal sentinels trying to scan me while I was fighting his brothers? Where are you? There you are. That's weird. It doesn't... So you're not actually... Well, it's... I guess the settlement is the thing that's being attacked by the sentinels, so it doesn't count as if you're fighting sentinels, right? But that's really strange because now the normal sentinels are still flying around the place. You know, actively investigating you as well. That's very strange. Okay. Let's see how this works then. Oh, it's really dark in here all of a sudden. Interloper must replace them. Yeah, that's the same thing that they just said. Doesn't really help the immersion, right? If you're doing the exact same thing with the exact same dialogue twice in a row. Oh, can I not scan those big trees? Oh, I can scan that one. Where the hell? There we go. Accessing planetary settlement interface. Access granted. Current overseer status missing. Deceased? Question mark. Overseer position presumed vacant. Apply for settlement management. Sure. Okay, currently the maintenance cost is higher than its productivity. Interesting. Cartography drones increases productivity. Built on cursed ground reduces citizen happiness. Why would you build this on cursed ground? I guess it was already built before they discovered that it was cursed. Worm infestation. Prototype building. Yeah, okay, let's try this. Let's see what this does or how it works. Okay, so I just supply some materials and then it'll allow me to do stuff. Okay, fair enough. Oh, fuck. I think I haven't summoned in my freighter yet on the system, right? Well, that's a bummer. I guess these guys don't have a teleporter here? Maybe, potentially? I mean, silica powder shouldn't be too difficult to grab, but... Just want to scan a couple more things first. Okay. Well, I could literally just... I mean, silica powder is quite easy to get. The thing is, if we had a teleporter here, though... let's see. So this is I mean, in theory, this should be... I should be able to come back here, right? Without having to... Well, I guess might as well grab some... I just kind of want to know what... Oh, interesting. You're not allowed to... You're not allowed to do anything close to the settlement. Well, that's unfortunate. There we go. Whoa. Wait, there are like underground lakes on this planet? Okay, that was actually a lot more silicon powder than I needed. I mean, I guess eventually you're probably allowed to build sort of stuff on your own. To be able to return to this place. I imagine... Well, in terms of the money that they generate, you'd probably have to come back here to collect it. Right? I think. The idea of this is pretty awesome. I just... It really clashes with the older parts of the game, which is sort of weird. This is really, really cool. And yet it does beg the question of, well, if actual settlements exist now, then why do we still have these awkward, alone standing structures? I mean, if they're abandoned structures, that's fine, but the other ones is the thing that I'm talking about. While it's still doing that, let's grab this stuff over here. Just saw a couple of these plants glowing in the distance. I was gonna say, I don't necessarily need oxygen, but... I might need it again in the near future for Little Apgyaks. It's actually a cute name for this. I think I need to craft, what's it called? Life support gel in the near future again. It's a very Star Wars looking settlement for some reason, I think, which is really, really cool. Does very vaguely remind me of Mos Eisley. Planet in general also looks pretty awesome. Like, it really makes sense that it would be here, right? We have like trees and mushrooms and these big old tree things. Like, definitely looks like a place you would build a settlement on. Or at. Five metal plating. Well, I still have those. Oh, we're literally building this thing. Okay. Interesting. I don't know why it has to take 1.5 minutes. I would have been fine for it to take like an hour, and you would come back sort of the next time you log in and then, you know, continue building it. A minute? Feels a bit pointless though, because, well, now I'm just walking around for a minute not really knowing what to do. Yeah, and I mean, these big ferns and everything. Pretty awesome place, to be honest. Ooh, some sort of other animal here, apparently. Where are you? Oh, there you go. Oh, please let me scan the animal. Thank you. Scan 50 rare plants and animals. Oh. That was one of the rare ones. Let's just grab this if it's already here. Never know when you might use it. Or might need it. Bring microprocessors to the construction site. Okay. Kind of funny that I still have all these lying around. I don't even really remember why I still had metal platings and microprocessors. I think I deconstructed something at some point. Oh yeah, it might have been because I on the Blood Moon where I built my mining outpost. I think I actually I built the mining outpost, and then afterwards I deconstructed the other base that I had built, and so that's where it came, where the metal platings and everything came from, I think. Can I? Oh, 2 out of 9 creatures discovered. Never mind. I thought because I had discovered one of the supposed rare species that maybe I would be able to complete this planet or something, but I'm definitely still missing way more. It's also, like, the location of the settlement is really cool. It almost looks like it's been built close to a former lake, right? Maybe this has for some reason been, like, they used up the water supply, right? And now the water only really remains below the surface, and they have trouble accessing it and whatnot. Which is maybe why it was on decline and had problems with the Sentinels. Yeah, this is really awesome. I really enjoy this. Or rather, I like the fact that this is a thing now. It just greatly... Well, I shouldn't say it greatly diminishes anything, because it kind of doesn't, but... It certainly brings up the question of, if awesome things like this exist now, then why do we still get these? Like, please, just remove all the stuff that just isn't up to the current quality of the game anymore. I feel like straight up removing a couple of the things that have been sort of left over from the original launch of the game, straight up removing a couple of things from then would actually increase the quality of the game. Because the new stuff they introduce, stuff like this, is really freaking awesome. really cool to see, really cool to and fun to like engage with and think about, well, why does this exist? What's the environment here, right? What kind of struggles could they be facing? But you kind of compare it to other things that exist within the game as well. These weird, random structures and random crates and save points that just exist on planets and you don't really know why. New building opportunities available. Use the administration terminal to commission a new building. Why is it showing me over there? I feel like that might be bugged. Settlement is in debt. Clear debts to restore production. Time until cleared infinite. Oh, so that's also really interesting. So they don't actually... I was gonna ask how this works, right? Do I have to pay for it? But it just goes into debt. So it shows you, okay, it's just essentially a resource for it doesn't actually interact with your own money. It's just a resource for the settlement. Okay. All right. Wait, how do I... I feel like it didn't actually convert to the stage it's supposed to be in. Right? Because it still looks like a construction site? How am I supposed to get into this building then? Oh boy, this feels dangerous. Might not be able to get back out. Yeah, it feels like the game accidentally forgot to... Oh yeah, the door is here. Feels like the game forgot to remove these panels. Ah, well. It still works. View construction opportunity. Sorry. Begins construction of a power generator, plus 13k productivity. Approved saloon. Begins construction of a saloon, plus 5% citizens' happiness, minus 20k productivity. Personal judgment assistant. Citizens have submitted renderings for the development of both a new saloon and a power generator. Data indicates a 53%... Oh god. This is like being the main, like the prime minister of this. What the fuck? Data indicates a 53% approval rating for the saloon, while 47% approve of the power generator. Well, naturally more people approve of the saloon. I feel like we should maybe begin by actually producing the power that then would be consumed by the saloon. Bring pure ferrite to the construction site. Are you fucking serious? Wait, so they actually... Ooh, that's cool. They actually... I suppose that's why the settlement actually has limits to it as well, because it physically gets expanded whenever you construct something. That is crazy. Ah, now it also takes longer to complete. Okay. I do feel like it kind of needs a teleporter though, right? Looking for cover. Actually, you know what? These pirates are always annoying me to no end, so let's actually get rid of them for once. Am I too close to the planet's surface or something? Well, that was easy. They were really weak. Oh, man. Yeah. Why? Why, game? Why? A visitor has arrived at the settlement. Okay. But yeah, I should probably get rid of these hazardous plants here. Sorry. Didn't do anything. Yeah, the pirate rates... Oh. So the pirate rates seem to be completely random and not attached to any specific structure. They can just randomly happen around any structure. Which is not that great, considering that the settlement seems to be a completely different system. That doesn't even... Because I got rid of the pirates, right? And it literally just said, okay, standing with the Viking or whatever increased, and it granted me some units. It didn't actually have anything to do with the fact that I took over this village, seemingly. So, yeah. Settlement visitor. Hi, you are standing... Yeah, it seems like it just completely forgot to despawn the construction site. Maybe it fixes itself when I load in next time or something. An unexpected guest. Allow engineer Agile to stay. Adds features specialist medic. +1 population growth. Oh, and he costs money per day. Okay. A visitor, engineer Agile, has called on us to provide refuge. They claim a great deal of experience as a medic, though there is a curious look upon their face. Sure. You can stay. Settlement status running smoothly. Currently building project will complete in 16 minutes. The overseer is free to explore the universe. The administration terminal will alert you when required. Okay. We're still in debt though. So the maintenance cost got up by like 10k because of the guy, but it did add this. Decreases... Wait. So the specialist medic increased the maintenance cost because I need to pay him, but he also decreased the maintenance cost? Because he's here, I guess, and being a medic. What was it previously, though? Oh, why is the game so bad in terms of actually telling you what it's doing? I suppose... wasn't it like 380,000 or something? So I feel like it was a pretty good decision, to be honest. Well, so... it'll, like, keep the location of this settlement somewhere for me, right? I mean, the quest literally tells me, hey, by the way, you're free to explore the universe. I guess as long as you have a quest attached to it, you'll always be able to come back, right? That's not necessarily an issue. Manage your settlement. The administration terminal allows you to direct your settlement. Return regularly to direct construction, set key policies, or resolve disputes between the citizens. Settlement status can be seen from its central interface or from the administration terminal. The status interface allows the daily collection of surplus resources. Resource quality and amount varies with the settlement. Well-managed settlements will produce additional goods. I mean, the idea of it is pretty awesome, to be honest. So, is there a way for me... It doesn't actually display that I now have a settlement on this planet, though. Wait, what planet was it to begin with? Retois, right? This one. That is so strange. That is so strange. It feels like... I absolutely love the fact that this is a thing, right? That these settlements exist within the game. But it once again feels like they just added this system with the settlements, but didn't actually connect it to any of the previously existing systems. So it doesn't interact in any sort of way with this map. It doesn't interact with your discoveries. It doesn't interact with the waypoint system. It doesn't interact with the pirate rates. It's a completely standalone system. And while it's really, really cool, don't get me wrong, I really, really enjoy that this is a thing, and I really enjoy what the settlement is looking like, and I really enjoy that it actually physically expands, you know, minus the bug that happened with the maintenance office, but anyways, I found a workaround, it's fine. But so cool, right? And yet it doesn't actually interface with anything else the game has to offer, right? That is such a big shame. And I also understand why they're doing it, right? Because otherwise it would probably be fairly problematic if they suddenly introduce a system like this and it somehow resolve the problem in your office. Yeah. I just wanted to go to that other undiscovered planet first. Is it that one? It is. Let's go there real quick, because it's the last planet that's undiscovered in the system, and then return to my settlement. And then I think I'm also slowly going towards the end here, because, well, I wanted to stream for about 4 hours, which I've done now, and I still want to do a bunch in 14, but it's more sort of management stuff. Prepare for the raid this evening, you know, things like that. Esbornbu. It's a funny name. Whoa. That was a really, really awesome looking atmosphere entrance. Let's land over here. Quite a bit going on here in terms of scannable things. I think I landed next to... wasn't there a knowledge stone that I just saw? Also some crates. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh no, there was an animal that I could have scanned. Ooh, wait, what? Life support module, supremely powerful. What the fuck? Okay. Sure. Let's store this real quick. Life support tanks plus 94%, solar panel powered plus 26. Yeah, I'm going to keep that. Wait, let me... This is really annoying that you have to do this. Let's dismantle this real quick. And then... Whoops. Install this way. Boom. There we go. Oh yeah, there we go. There's some worms or things that live below the surface, it seems like, these things. Ooh. Ah, let me scan you. Sometimes that's really annoying. What's the point of being able to zoom in if they then still don't let you scan these things? There's actually a bunch of stuff that you can find here, it seems like. Right? I mean, it seems like a fairly... What the fuck is that? I was gonna say, seems like a fairly calm planet, but... That looks somewhat disturbing. Not seen that yet. Bunch of stuff that travels underground, it seems. What the hell is that? It's just sort of a... Oh, that looks really, really interesting. Huh. This planet has really, really interesting life forms. Way more interesting than what they usually give you. Wait, let me see. Yeah, look at this. Huh. And then we have these weird tentacle things? Oh, well. It's pretty awesome. Look at them. Well, alright. I can always come back here. Let's settle that, whatever dispute happened there on my, in my settlement. It's still funny to me that the settlement is on a planet that wasn't actually discovered by me, and even has a settlement of another player on it. I mean, that's due to whatever weird thing that the game did with the mission. I'm still blown away by the fact that it seemingly wasn't prepared for that, right? I feel like it should have just said, hey, you know, this settlement is already taken, and left it. But maybe it does that if you have already... Because this is the first time I've discovered a settlement. Maybe it, you know, was confused about how to give me the tutorial about settlements without me having a settlement or something. I don't know. Ah, fuck. I'm landing on the poisonous plants again. Why are there so many of those around here? Thank you. Stop investigating me. I want to get rid of the toxic plants, you... Oh, well. Ah, see? Now it despawned the construction site, okay. Ah, there we go. Now this makes more sense. Okay, so the office... Oh, this actually looks awesome. Holy shit, this looks cool. Honestly, halfway makes me wish that the game would just start you with a settlement like this. Like, not obviously not start you exactly at a settlement, but... Although maybe they could do that as well, right? Maybe sort of... That's where you lived up until that point. That's where you grew up, and then you kind of leave it to explore the universe. Already feels way more interesting than the game, the start the game actually provides. Resolve citizen dispute. Citizen Rusho and Drill Warrior Erie. Citizen Rusho asserts Drill Warrior Erie has stolen their trophy. Drill Warrior Erie insists it is theirs. Forensic analysis reveals microscopic scratches in its surface. The edges are faded, consistent with a pattern of long use. Wait, why would you use a what? So are they suggesting, because it I don't even understand what they want me to do here. Are they suggesting that because it has microscopic scratches in its surface, which you would assume almost all objects have that have been used by any given life form, Yeah, are they suggesting because he's called a drill warrior that he somehow puts scratches into the thing? Also, why doesn't it say unknown outcome here? It only says that here. Let's give it to the drill warrior. I don't know what that means. Was that it? I guess it would have only really... it probably said unknown outcome. With one of the guys, because that's the only outcome where it actually would have done anything, I suppose. This doesn't immediately count as a settlement though, right? Or rather, it doesn't immediately count as something that where I can build in. Because the other settlement had 2 landing pads, right? So either you construct those via these missions, or maybe the other person constructed them by themselves, but... Formulating a petition, surprised by the overseer's decision. Really? Oh, what is this? Even the insides of these buildings look pretty cool. This strong is Gra, okay. Well, now he's happy with my decision. Wait, who's the guy that's surprised by it? Or I guess he was surprised and happy that I was able to settle this, like, the way it was supposed to be settled? Unimpressed with life. Okay, yeah, that's... Okay. Sure, buddy. Wondering what the Overseer will do next. These flavor texts are honestly really, really strange. I mean, it's not the first time that I've seen flavor text like this, because I think that... Where else did I see it? Oh yeah, on your freighter, right? You see similar flavor text on your freighter, I think. New requests. How often do they get these requests? What the fuck? If this happens like every 2 minutes, then this is quite a bit to manage. I mean, I guess you don't always have to engage with it, or rather, these requests just stay around until you come back, sort of. A grand day out. The citizenry have proposed a festival in remembrance of the glorious fallen. Though such an event may prove expensive, polling indicates 86% of the citizens approve of the spending. I mean, the happiness of my citizens is pretty bad currently, so I feel like we should do it. Settlement happiness improved. I mean, we'll be able to get rid of the dead eventually, I think. We're already quite close to the actual maintenance cost, right? And as soon as this goes positive, it'll just clear out the debt eventually. Metal plating required for the roof. Looks kind of cute. I like these construction sites. 3 metal plating. Well, that should not be too difficult. Do we still have? Yeah. It's just ferrite dust. Okay, another 20 minutes. Well, I'm not going to do that now. Did I ever actually look at the galaxy map where the main mission wanted me to go next? I guess I completely got distracted by this now, huh? Well, I can always return here, so let's just try out the teleporter and go back to my base. Okay, your settlement. So this is now also a location that I can teleport to, which does make sense. That's cool. I like that. I wonder how often you will be able to find these things. I'd imagine you can have quite a few. It's fairly crazy to me, though, that especially with these teleporters, right? They weren't a thing originally, but now the game actually lets you teleport to every system that you visited. So every space station you've been to, it lets you teleport to every base you have, your freighter, those settlements. I mean, I haven't even played that much, and I already have like 20 different teleport targets, right? So I don't know. Somehow it just makes me think that this can get quite complicated with the accessible teleporters and whatnot. Right, let's just seal real quick. Yeah, I can just teleport back there. Well, that's cool. I like that. Now let me very quickly go to space to watch the... I hate that this is not a thing, right? That is so dumb. That is such a dumb thing to me that you can't access the galaxy map. I guess I could have just warped to my freighter. I just realized. Oh well, whatever. Oh, shit. I need to select this. Galaxy map. Okay, where... Ah, nice. So it's just in a system I was already in. The last mission just wanted me to go to the anomaly. Honestly, let's just do that real quick then, huh? Shit. Well, I guess I can just eat lunch a couple minutes late. Ooh, whoopsie. Looked at my phone real quick. Why do I always end up accidentally... Somehow I always end up going to the surface of the planet, but weirdly far away from my base? I don't know how I always do that, but it's definitely a thing that keeps happening. Honestly, now that I have staircases and whatnot, I might actually want to... I could build the base properly on top of the mountain or something. Might do that eventually at some point. Right. I wanted to teleport to the station. Do I have the quest active? I do. It should show me... Yeah. Hey, buddy. Let me talk to you. Oh, I always forget that you can skip these weird black bars. I wish there was an option that just completely skip them every time you go to a system you've already been to. Cartographic entity, hidden POC, Betty's Cup data, Tetjevs from Mikhilkul, Episel for use of for Botsko Viatni, Gityar's research for all. Sure, I Completely understand. Once again, I sense Null's presence. If the Korvax feels it too, they do not show it. They begin to speak, their words clear and bright, processed by my unseen companion. The arrival of Traveler is anticipated, but you are not ready yet. We must know that you are the one we seek. There is an anomaly, a glitch. It is guarded by holes through which the Convergence cannot see. Move through this space, retrieve that which cannot be retrieved. Okay, so this is a different mission. Retrieve non-existent... okay. Retrieve non-existent data from something. Prove your place in the universe to the Korvax. The Korvax cartographer was cautious, unwilling to trust in the arrival of a traveler entity. Prove your anomalous status to the Korvax. Okay. Search for a water system in the galaxy map. Wait, water system? So is that now a blue star? Would that be the next one? Because I think there are red stellar bodies, blue stellar bodies, and green stellar bodies, right? It might be? No. It's simply the other system I was already in. Yeah, it's just a water system. It just means that the it's the way the planets are built, right? Okay. Well, that's cool then. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to warp back to that system because it also contains my settlement. And then... or rather, I'll be... well... let me see. It should say that here, right? Yeah. So I've been to 9 systems currently. That's pretty cool. Yeah. I think that's gonna be it for now. I'll be warping back to my main base here. And honestly, when I started the stream today, I wasn't entirely sure what I was gonna do. I mean, obviously I knew that the main mission was still a thing and that I still had the side missions, but I actually managed to clear out quite a bit today. Because I'm now done with the side missions, right? They only provide me with the daily mission, which just gives you, well, it's not really a mission, it just gives you data, salvage data, which is pretty cool. But yeah, having the settlement now and also finally continuing with the main quest does give me a cool new goal to work towards. So I think that's what I'm going to be doing next. And then, aside from that, yeah, I think, you know, that's where I'm going to keep it for today. Thanks for watching. I hope I will be watching back parts of the VOD on Twitch to make sure that, you know, audio levels are right. I did a couple of recordings locally to make sure that everything, you know, works the way I want it to, but whether or not it actually did is a different story entirely. And then obviously I do want to keep working on, you know, scenes, overlays and whatnot, and all the sort of back-end stuff, because it's actually quite fun, to be completely honest. I'm not really doing it out of any particular, you know, for any particular goal or anything. It's just really fun, and it gives me something else to do, right? I don't know whether or not I ever talked about this on stream. I think I did like once or something, but the reason for why I stream is because I like to speculate myself. And as weird as it sounds, but I was always kind of talking to myself when playing games. And but there was also a time where I definitely lost a little bit of the passion for playing games. Partially. right? I still played a crap ton out of Final Fantasy XIV, but there were very, very frequent periods of time where I just kind of didn't really feel motivated to play games all that much. I still wanted to. I wanted to experience all the games, but it felt sort of unfulfilling in a way, just sort of playing them by myself. And so Twitch and streaming and actually talking, you know, well, sometimes to the void, but sometimes to people, it really, really elevates the experience for me. It just makes it a lot more interesting and fun to engage with whatever the games have to offer. So thanks a ton. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting. We'll be returning to No Man's Sky. We'll see. I have a lot to do next week. And we also have one additional raiding day for Ultimate in the next 3 weeks, because somebody is now available Thursdays as well. Which those are definitely other streams that are going to be happening. That's this evening in about 6 hours from now. I'll be live again with more Dragon Song's reprise proc. It's going to be interesting because maybe this time I could stream Discord. I have to ask the other people, obviously, if they want that or if they care about that. And then I also have to check audio levels and whatnot. We'll see. Otherwise, I might be streaming from my PlayStation for that again. I have to look into it. Aside from that, I think, yeah, that's definitely going to be happening. So today, this evening, for me, my time evening, is going to be Dragon Song's reprise proc, and then more on Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, right? Those are going to be the big Final Fantasy XIV moments where we are going to be progging more Ultimate. And beyond that, I think I want to play No Man's Sky again, but there are a couple of IRL things, big, important IRL things that are going to be happening next week, so I don't know how much additional time I have. I'm definitely going to be doing at least one other stream other than 14, but I also desperately want to return to Divinity Original Sin. That's been on the shelf for like 3 months now. I want to continue my playthrough of it. So I think that's going to be the next one. And then maybe No Man's Sky will return, maybe next Sunday. As much as I like the game and as much as I want to experience it and look at all the new things they added, I have a lot of interest in... I have too much interest in too many other games currently to where I don't want to commit too much time into No Man's Sky, because this is... I view this as more of an open-ended game, which it is, right? This is a game you can potentially put thousands of hours into, or you can just look at it a couple times a year, right? I mean, that's a really, really big difference in terms of what you can potentially do. And since I already have an endless game, essentially, with Final Fantasy XIV, I don't really want to add another one onto that, which is a big reason for me why I probably don't want to spend too much time with No Man's Sky, even though I very much enjoy the game. But yeah, if you want to keep up to date with the stream, I'll try to keep my stream schedule on Twitch up to date, so you can always view and look at that if you want to know when I'll be live next. This was great, though. Thanks for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are, and maybe I'll see you for more Final Fantasy XIV this evening. Bye-bye!